No, nothing new for me.
All right. Sunbear?
Just listen to the last of their
I'll
AMA.
just mention that I'm just really impressed with and enjoying our conversations with folks connected to the Clayton system. Just outstanding partners and a lot of excitement to have us be a part of that ecosystem. And really looking forward to announcing some of those relationships with them. So, and looking forward to the launch. It's coming.
Hello.
Awesome. And I forgot which order I went. Hubert.
Don't really have too much more to add. I just wanted to echo, sentiments we've been saying, earlier in the start of this AMA and in the past too. Is just, I'm really excited for the future. I have seen us kind of go through a crucible with these last several months and everything, and I think we've come out stronger in the end. And I really feel good about where we're headed. So that's all I got right now.
Beetle Dude.
Yeah, Hubert said most of what I want to say. We've got a great team. We're just continuing to push forward, and I've seen just how efficient this group of people can be, and how much we can work together to push out some awesome things. Dark Summoning was a great example of just the entire team working on an initiative and getting it across the finish line. So appreciate everybody here and everybody who's working in the background who doesn't always get the credit because they're not up here, but there are a lot of people helping us continue to push forward. So just a big thank you to them, and thank you to the community as well. Appreciate the support.
All right. So let's go to Dreamer.
I'll try to be shorter because I kind of interjected a few times through the AMA, but I'm excited about the new releases. I can't emphasize enough. I think we only mentioned it for like 40 seconds or so of this AMA, but all the work that's happening with Wisdom Gaming and Hubert, second best dad, Workhorse, and all the people that are looking out for that future. I'm just very excited about it. There's some nights I can't sleep, so I'm thinking about all the cool things that are going to happen that I want to happen. And so just wanted to end with some excitement there. The extremely high amount of focus and dedication and care that's being taken with this relaunch of Serendale on Clayton is very impressive. It feels very exciting and energizing to see all of these bits come together with our team. We've now been together for a while, and if I look back at like my previous jobs of when I've been doing something for over a year, sometimes it has felt like 5 or 6 years. It's been like, wow, it's been a year, but I felt like I've given much more. And now I look back at that and I'm like, in the last year, we've done so much. In the last month, in the last 5 months, and one of the places I used to work, they used to always say like, we have the best people. And I think that was the goal, to attract the best people and create a culture where everybody developed into that within that industry. I really feel like we're trying to do the same. We have such incredible minds and talent and personalities and like conflict resolution styles. Like, we're getting good at looking around corners for risks that may not be seen by the industry. We're getting really good at being reactive when we need to, whether it's a PR related something or a risk in the industry or some tail risk, 2 sigma, even 3 sigma event that we've seen. We're also getting really good at making sure we're keeping the right balance to keep everybody healthy and happy, and make sure that we can keep the features coming, but not get ahead of ourselves and like start sprinting before we're even jogging on something. So just wanted to share my gratitude for the team, for the community, for our partners. We continue to look like to the future and see which ways we can evolve and progress. And I'm very rarely seeing us go in the opposite direction. So excited, very bullish, and just very grateful to be here.
Agreed. Fox.
I unmuted myself without prodding this time. But no, I also want to echo a lot of that same sentiment. Staying awake at night, just with your head spinning about all of the possibilities. Like, I'm very familiar with that feeling. That was me last night, actually. And there's just a lot of really cool and exciting things happening in this field. Just in like Web3, we've always been at the cutting edge of like things here in like the Web3 space, and I think our project in particular has been at the cutting edge of that edge in terms of trying to push the envelope of what you can do on the blockchain and sort of like how you can mix like stuff with games and finance and everything and create sort of a like metaverse world that uses real world economies and markets within the game itself. It's this whole new like revolution that I think you're going to see a lot more of in the future after everyone starts to realize just how much sense it makes to do that. And there's all kinds of like ups and downs and craziness here in this market, but as I've said before, you build in the bear markets, and I think our team has done an excellent job of that. We've been just not slowing down at all. In fact, we've been speeding up during this time when it's hard to, like it's harder to stay in this space. And I feel like our team has really basically just put the pedal down and is just really like surging forward with that. And we've got our stuff with like the parody is done, and so we're able to work on all the fun stuff now, and I'm super stoked about that as well because we've got really cool features with our game that are planned. And then just it's a great time to be here in this project with us about to launch on Serendale 2.0 with like some new heroes, with a new token, with airdrops that will be including all of our players in those things so that you're able to be a real participant in this like new launch. And I'm really proud of how we handle these expansions because we're always very, very careful to make sure that we're like handing back those rewards to our community and to our players, rather than just trying to do like a money grab or something on our side. So really proud of our team and all the work that everyone's been doing. Really excited about the things that are about to come out and just the whole like metaverse experience. We've had other projects reach out to us and like want to use our NFTs in their games, and also doing like having other projects that are launching some of like their own games on like our ecosystem too. And so it's just really cool to see that kind of collaboration here in this space. Yeah, so I guess with all of that, just I'm feeling very blessed to be here. I actually had a few people just this week that I like used to work with that are like, "Hey, are you done messing around with NFTs? You ready to come back and work with us?" And it's like, no, never. Like this is exciting, and I love being here, and this is where it's at. And so just really stoked to be here with our team, which is amazing. All the hard work, very grateful and proud. And also very, very grateful for all of you here in the audience that are listening and asking questions and playing our game every day. So I just want to say thank you to everyone and bullish.
Bush.
Bullish.
Bullish. Nice. Woohoo. I think that is it. Go ahead and guess they have hung up from that. Very nice. I'm too bullish. All right. Let's go ahead and hop back over to, I guess let's look at this for a moment. We can get out of there. And let's go to Darlantis Discord into the lobby if anyone wants to join me in the lobby over there. However, let's go ahead and jump down and come over to AMA stuff here. And let's go to DeFi Kingdoms, I guess, where we had that AMA. We're just going to pause that, something like that right there. All right, so we just had DeFi Kingdoms AMA. What'd y'all think? We'll give people a chance to filter on in today. It looks like they had, there we go. Let's talk a little bit about DeFi Kingdoms, November 4th, AMA. Let me pull up a notepad, perhaps. Oops. There we go. Let's talk a little bit about what we've got. Let me also check microphone stuff. November 4th, DFK AMA takeaways. And see what they're doing a little bit. I also want to check out something else here real quick as well. And that is just to make sure that my microphone is working. Everything's cool. Let's just double check. Just to make sure that my microphone is working. Yep, sounds good. Awesome. All right, guys, let's give everyone a little bit more time to filter in here, recognize that we are live, that we are doing things, and then we'll discuss a little bit about what y'all thought about the AMA today. I think there was a lot of interesting information being passed around. I think one of the biggest things that I would want to look at here, discuss, is C-Jewel release being off cycle. I'm super excited about that. It sounds like we are only literally days away. So I'm really glad that I did not put that into a liquidity pool like I was considering. Darrow Evil, hey. Welcome on in. We just got done with AMA. We're about to do a little takeaway, a little discussion on that. Super exciting. What are some of your biggest takeaways, Darrow Evil? Mystical Meows, early stream today. Yes, we are doing an early stream today. I guess just because of the situation with the AMA. I'm not sure if I'm going to do this immediately after every AMA, but I thought that this one would be one to at least try to see if there was any interest. It seems like there would be a bunch of hype right during the AMA. People might want to continue to talk about things, maybe get some clarification on some stuff. And the voting and the snapshots. Yes, absolutely. Snapshots and the voting delegation, huge for guilds. Yes. Yeah, I think that'll be really good for the guilds. Absolutely. Now, Darrow Evil, was the stuff about voting delegation, was that talked about during the time they were mentioning the Ava Labs content? I had to dip out of the AMA for about 2 minutes right during the time they were discussing the Ava Labs stuff. I don't remember specifically hearing voting delegation, although my mind was in a couple of different places. Definitely the snapshots is something I heard. It was talked about in the chat. Yes. I was trying to pay attention to three things at once and was doing an adequate job, I think, of all those things. But I think I missed one or two topics. So voting delegation, of course, very good. Snapshots is definitely something that I heard and I thought was very interesting. Yeah. I want to give a few more people a chance to get in here, but then I definitely want to talk about stuff. One of the things, I guess, that we could start off with before Cjoule, which I actually think is the most exciting thing, is the Gen0 clarity, right? So do we want to talk a little bit more about Gen0 giveaway clarity? I think one of the things that I heard about this, and there's a couple of things that I heard, and if I missed anything or if anyone thinks that I've got a misunderstanding of it, then please let me know. So for the clarity, we're going to get 500 total Gen0s given out. These will be 250 each of two different classes, right? Two different basic classes. So we know that there's going to be two classes, basic classes, 250 given out each of these two for a grand total of 500 Gen0s there, right? Uh-oh. Let's pause that and go back here. That's what I want. And so, let's see here in chat. Evil is saying, I was asking about the V tokenomics, so asked a bunch of questions regarding it. Fox said, we have option to delegate our Cjoule votes and snapshots to different wallets. Ah, he gave specific example of guilds. Nice. Nice. That is going to be really good. Because if a guild has voting power, or if we have voting power that we want to grant to our guild, going either direction would be pretty good, but not power-ups. Yeah. Yeah, I guess because the way that the power-ups are built. And I do remember seeing some discussion about power-ups in chat. Yes. Yeah, very interesting how all of that's going to play out. Oh, the land raffles. Was there more on land raffles? Because I guess that was more talk in chat about that then, right? Because I definitely don't remember hearing anything about land raffles. Let's see here. So 500, 250 are going to be given out for each class. And then something else that we heard about this is summoning in Crystal Vale and dark summoning in Crystal Vale is going to, or had been, set up for 100 Gen0s out of that. But now they have increased that to 75 each for a total of 150, right? So summoning and dark summoning plus dark summoning had been allotted 100 Gen0s. Now boosted to 150. Coming, or I should say where, 75 Gen0s going out to each summoning type. So 75 Gen0s are going to be going out towards normal summoning in Crystal Vale, and 75 are going to be going out, and this is also in summoning in Crystal Vale. It's important that we make note of that, because it's my understanding that more of these Gen0s are going to be given out for activities done in Serendale, in the Serendale relaunch as well, right? Durula says, no, I was saying using delegation guilds can they can enter the land raffles. Gotcha. Hey, Nobel, how are you doing today? Nobel, did you get to catch the AMA? Some really juicy stuff in there. All right. So this is where so 250 are going to be given out for each class, and 150 of those 200 are going to come from summoning, right? So that means 350 left. Or other things. I'll just say, quote, other things. Which we're going to see a little bit later as well. We also have, after that, 100 Gen0s for C-Jewel holders. And that is in Crystal Vale 2.0 or Crystal Vale Jeweler 2.0, right? Leaving 250 Gen 0s for other things as well. Okay. So we kind of want to keep track a little bit of where those Gen 0s are going. All right, what else do I have here in my notes? So they upped the number of Gen 0s given out from 50 for each of the types of summonings to 75. So summonings become a little bit more valuable. 100 Gen 0s are going out to C-Jewel holders. So we want to make sure that we've got stuff in C-Jewel. And those are things that are all of this is going to happen before the launch of Clayton, before the Serendale relaunch happens, right? And then what was specifically said is, quote, more to come on remaining 250 Gen 0s. And that is after, I made a note, after Serendale relaunch. So my thought is that we're going to have 250 Gen 0s, the 150 that are given out for the summoning, the 100 that are given out for C-Jewel holders are going to come out before the Serendale relaunch. That's going to be pretty soon, I think. And then the other 250 are going to be given out after the Serendale relaunch. All right, and they just said more to come on that information right there. So we don't really know exactly what that is or what that's going to end up being there. All right, so I found that interesting. Now let's see what else I've got here in my notes. Robin Hood says, what were your thoughts on the AMA? Amazing things to come. Bullish on Jewel, higher burn rate fees, rewards. That is exactly what we're talking about right now, Robin Hood. We're talking about some of these takeaways from this November the 4th AMA. And so far, we've covered a little bit about the Gen0 giveaway clarity and where that's coming from, where that's going. So that's a little bit on this. Let's go ahead and just maybe section that off right there. All right, so what else do we have? I guess the next big thing that we would want to discuss is a little bit about the Sea Jeweler, right? Now that we've got a few more people here in chat, the biggest thing that I saw, and Jeweler 2.0, the biggest thing that I saw here is a lot more fees are going to be given to Sea Jewel holders than we've seen in the past, right? TuneFed says, how jazzed is Rock on Sea Jewel? Yeah, y'all are about to hear. It is amazing. So let's see. I am super, super excited about Jeweler 2.0 and Sea Jewel at this point, more than I've been before because of a few things. Let me copy and paste some of the stuff that I took away from this. So the biggest thing, or one of the things that caught my attention right away, was this little thing. 10% in-game fees to Jewel right now. So as it stands today, as it stood in the past, 10% of all the in-game fees, that is coming from the things that you're purchasing, the summons and all this other kind of stuff, 10% of that is going to crystal rewards or jewel rewards or something like that. But now, with new Sea Jewel coming out, we're going to boost that up by an additional 50%. Going up from 10% to 15% is going to be an additional 50% gain in rewards for Jeweler 2.0. And I would say even more than that, increasing the burn, they're also going to be increasing the burn from a 1% to a 5% burn, which is a 500% increase for that, right? So you are talking about a decent amount larger increase in burn rates for this stuff, right? Wow. This is really good. Talk about a reward for holding on to a game token, right? Where I was thinking, okay, some of these power-ups are going to be cool. We're going to get a little bit of reward here, but I wasn't really thinking, I wasn't planning on Sea Jewel to be in direct competition with the liquidity pools as far as where I wanted to put larger chunks of my money. I was thinking, you know, if we can possibly have 200% APR in some liquidity pools for some amount of time, or even 100% APR in liquidity pools, that's probably a better place to put your money than in the Jeweler. Although, of course, we want the power-ups, we want these other things. And so I was thinking, okay, well, I'm going to have to, and I want voting power and all this. So I certainly need to put some amount of funds into Sea Jewel. But now, with some of this new information here, going from 10% fees to 15%, and then also increasing the burn by 500%, this really makes it a little bit more tricky. And I think Sea Jewel, on top of all the things that we've already seen is coming and all reasons to get into it, I think even more so now that this is really good. So one of the things that Mr. Zipper tossed into chat, and I'm going to toss it into this little thing here as well, is he tossed in this little bit of text into chat. The new transaction fee distribution schedule is going to be this. So instead of 1% burned for things, for the where all the money's going when you're doing things with fees, and besides 10% of fee sharing to C Jewel and S Jewel, with some amount going to the quest rewards and some amount going to the developer fund. Instead, now this has been raised to 5% burned. And of course, we know that when you increase that burn ratio, that's going to make Jewel even more scarce, right? And with Jewel being more scarce by 500% faster burn rate, that's really going to come into play. And with 15% now, an additional 50% bonus or boost from 10% to 15% for the fee sharing, that's really going to help out quite a bit, right? So really good there. Let's see what y'all are saying in chat a little bit here. Nobel did not catch the AMA because the rush hour. Yeah, it was really good stuff. There was not a huge, I wouldn't say, I think last AMA there was probably more alpha dropped on some certain things, but there was really good information dropped now. More clarity, I think, with this AMA on some things that we kind of already knew. Definitely some alpha and new bits of information got dropped here today as well, absolutely. But it didn't seem like there was a whole bunch of new information that I didn't already know. There was certainly some big news, though, that is new. Let's see. What up, Joshua says. Rip the 8K Heroes. Rip 8K Heroes. Yep, we are now looking at so many heroes being burned here, guys. Let's pop back here into this thing. And we can look at the town crier and take a look in here. 8,000 deaths, 8,100 deaths already right there. That is crazy. All right, so what else, or what were some of my other takeaways for this? One of the other things that I took away as far as C Jewel goes specifically, since we're on that topic, is probably just a quote, adding even more utility. And they're always looking for more ways to add more utility to those tokens. So that was something else that I noticed, is that they're not just leaving it like it is, but they're going to continue to add, and they're continually looking for new ways to add more utility to these tokens, which I think is really going to be good. You know, we already have quite a few things that we can do that would be interesting to different people. Some people are really interested in the summoning and the genetics of summoning new heroes. Some people are interested in PvP and fighting and community stuff. And I think that we're going to see more and more utility, more and more different options that we can play. Something else along this same line is maybe, I don't know if I want to add it right in here with C Jewel, but as I look through some of my notes that we're going to get into a little bit later, is there was some mention about more like, quote, games in the Jester, and rewarding folks who are checking out Web3. And what that was in relationship to was rewarding people who are making mini games and rewarding people who are dabbling into Web3 programming and design, which is what we are going to be doing. And one of the things that I'm personally very motivated to do is not only learn more Web3 development myself, making some mini games for DFK, working with the blockchain stuff, but I really feel guided towards helping you, the audience out there, experiment and learn a little bit of Web3 programming. And I would love for y'all also to start making some maybe mini games, some other stuff that could be using DeFi Kingdoms assets and to help grow our economy, right? You know, we're talking about possible ways or the downfall of DeFi Kingdoms or any project, right? Axie Infinity or Sandbox or Mirandus or any of these other projects that I talk about every now and then, or that y'all have looked at in the past. And one of the biggest challenges with, I think, a lot of these things is, you know, what happens if the dev team gets hit by a bus? What happens if, you know, a bunch of other things could happen? Somebody, you know, gets upset and leaves the team, or just whatever it is. And that could really affect a project. But the thing is, if more of us out there in the community were building and developing our own games that involve the DFK blockchain assets, then it wouldn't really matter so much if the main project of any of these projects went away, right? That's one of the beauties of Web3 and blockchain gaming that I don't think we've really seen a lot yet, because it's usually everyone's trying to do their own games with their own assets. And we haven't seen a lot of different groups of people using the same pool of assets for their own game. So imagine 5 different game developers using DFK blockchain assets. Then all 5 of those developers are using these same assets and doing different things with them. That could be really interesting. You could have 5 completely separate games. Maybe like with heroes, as an example, those heroes, their strength and dexterities might have different powers in each of those games, right? And some of us might prefer one game or one developer's game as opposed to another developer's game. But the point is that even if one of those developers completely shut down and left the space, there would be other developers and other games still using those assets, so our assets that we've paid for would not go to waste. And I think that's what I continually hear the DFK development team right now talking about, and one of their goals is to have other people developing in the space with these assets. So the things that we're buying now and the money that we're investing into these NFTs and these assets wouldn't go away, even if somebody lost faith in the DFK team, right? Or even if there was a problem down the road. There's plenty of other space. So I think that would be really cool. So it's really nice to see, really nice to see them maybe rewarding new developers coming into the space. And we'll talk about that a little bit more soon as well. But they're continuing to add utility, always looking for more ways. So that's something else that I kind of took away from it. Robin Hood says, Jewel will be king always. We need to trust the team. We will always have best interest in Jewel holders. Right. So I think holding Jewel now more than ever is really going to get some very good rewards. Makes me want to make sure that I'm not spending too much of my Jewel right now. In the past week, I have spent about 1,100 Jewel just on doing some things for the game, getting prepared for the Fight Club, getting prepared for duels or getting into duels. I bought a whole new team of heroes for duels, and now I'm kind of wishing that I hadn't, after hearing some other things that we're going to get into a little bit here as well. I don't think duels are going to come into play as much as I had originally thought they were. Maybe that's something we'll talk about here. Sea Jewel rewards are juicy, but there's always the lock time to consider as well. And that is something that we need to keep in mind, is how long are you going to lock that stuff up for? And the massive 50% penalty for withdrawing early for Sea Jewel lock. Right? It's going to be one of the biggest penalties that I've ever run across in games like this. Usually the penalties aren't that big, or over a shorter amount of time you can withdraw with smaller penalties. But now we're talking about, I think, even if you lock something up for 3 years and you decide that you need it back a little early and you've gone a whole year already, I think it's still going to be a 50% penalty, 50% loss right there. So that is a huge loss of funds if you're withdrawing earlier, if things change. So something really to consider as you're doing that. Let's see. TuneFed says, congrats on the True Hero role in Discord. Yeah, I just noticed that today. I don't know how that happens or how they do that, but yay! Yes, I got True Hero finally. So again, I don't know what that gives me, but it sounds better anyway, I guess. So, TuneFed, if you had anything to do with that, thank you very much, I guess. Like I said, I don't even know what that gives me or why it would be any better. But certainly I know that it is like a rank up or something like that. So I'm honored that I would be considered for that kind of thing. And I think I saw you mention, like, question, hey, when's Rocket going to get that? And maybe just you asking alone had played a role in that. So thank you, I guess. Robin Hood says, in crypto, Grady's interview with Fox, he mentioned how they were waiting for Q1 to blow people away when releasing PvP. That's something I'm personally excited to see come to fruition. Yeah, so I don't know if we are just going to, if it's just going to be PvP, like we've already been kind of, it's not spoon-fed, but kind of been teased out a little bit about what Wisdom Games PvP is going to be like, slightly. But they did mention that they were going to really try to blow people away, and I'm wondering if they're downplaying this so much that we're going to really see something amazing when it comes out. That'll be a lot of fun. Yeah. And I think that we're going to see one of the other big takeaways from this AMA that was right there at the very end was something about, now that parity is done, now we start to get to add more fun features, right? More fun features. So I thought that was a really cool thing as well, right? Let's see, we've talked a little bit about Seajewel and Jeweler 2.0. This is one of the things I'm most excited about. Like I've shown y'all many days in a row now, I have had a couple, I guess a week and a half ago now, it was at 11,000 Jewel. So I'm down 1,300 Jewel now over the last week. You know, having this Jewel sitting in my wallet there, just not doing anything, makes it too easy for me to spend it. There's so many things that I want to spend and do in the game here that it's hard for me to not spend this. So I've been dwindling it down a little bit here and there, but definitely need to ramp up on that Jewel, get that into a Seajeweler, lock it into place where it is put in. And you start talking about staking the Jewel. I'm waiting for Jeweler 2.0, which, by the way, guys, let's pull up that sheet one more time. What was the biggest thing that we saw here, perhaps? Seajewel release will be what? Off cycle. That's right, TuneFed. Bum, bum, bum. That right there is probably the biggest, most exciting thing that I have heard in a long time, because I was really bummed out. I mean, I'm excited for Seajewel and you know, we know it's coming and all this stuff. I knew it was right around the corner. I mean, I felt, in fact, I was almost sure that they were going to be releasing it with this week's release, like with this week's release right at the same time of Dark Summoning. And so I was quite bummed out, actually, that they weren't able to wrap up the last minute deals. I know they've been working hard, right? So they've been, can you imagine being on their team and they are pounding this stuff away going, oh man, we've almost got it. We've almost got it. We've got a release coming up on November the 2nd. Let's try to get that out. I have a feeling that they really wanted to get Dark Summoning out on Halloween. You know, I am so sure in the back of my mind that they were planning to do the Dark Summoning release on Halloween, and then when Seajewel, and it might have been Seajewel itself, they were so close with Seajewel, but they weren't quite there. And so I think that they decided, you know, hey, we're not going to release Dark Summoning on Halloween. Let's just put it back until November the 2nd, because that gives us a few more days to just barely wrap up the things that we need to do with Seajewel. And so they were really pounded away. Can you imagine being on that team and you're working so hard and you're putting in all those hours and you're so close to Seajewel? You're like, oh man, let's just push this back 2 days from October 31st to November the 2nd. And I have a feeling that that's what they did. Maybe this release for Dark Summoning was always planned on November 2nd. It's possible too, right? But whatever the case is, I really think that they were trying to get Seajewel out with this release as well. And to just be off a couple of days, just because you didn't quite have it there. You know, it was so close. But now that they come out with their AMA here Friday, just a couple of days later, and they say that we are so close. And of course, in their Discord on Wednesday, they said that in, quote, a few days, we're going to be ready for testing. And now they're talking about off-cycle release. You know, you're talking about TuneFed said means Thun. And by Thun, I think we really mean like maybe Monday, possibly this weekend even. I would not be surprised if we see Sejewel in the next 3 or 4 days pop out, Jeweler 2.0 pop out in the next 2 or 3 days. So I'm so glad that I did not, you know, I was thinking, oh man, we're gonna have to wait 2 more weeks for Sejewel now and Jeweler 2.0. And I was really debating yesterday and the day before, you know, should I put this into a liquidity pool? You know, what am I going to be doing with this? I've got all this jewel out that's sitting around doing nothing. And now I am so glad that I held off on that, because I think, again, I doubt it's going to be 1 day, but maybe in 2 to 4 days, we're probably going to have Jeweler 2.0 come out. It could be a little bit longer, but I am really excited about that off-cycle release. Wow. Wow. Boom Freak. How are you doing, man? Joshua Burton, hype. Indeed, lots of hype on that. TuneFed says that did a couple surprise releases before on Fridays. Could even be tonight. Oh man. Oh, TuneFed, do not get me that hyped up on that. Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That would be awesome if it was tonight even. But like I said, I would even be super hyped about it being in, you know, even next Tuesday or so. So, yeah. You think next week? It could be. It could be. You're speculating by next Wednesday? I would say next Wednesday, possibly, but you know what? I think they're going to release this like as soon as possible. I don't think they're going to wait on a Wednesday, just because Wednesdays are their normal release days. I'm almost wanting to say it's not going to be on that Wednesday, just because, I don't know, I think they would want to surprise and get it out there even sooner if possible. So tonight, I think, seems really generous as far as a time frame goes. But this weekend, I could really see this weekend being something as well. And definitely by Monday, I think I'm going to say my latest date's probably going to be Monday evening, right? Hey guys, guess what time it is? It is 2:30 right now. 30 minutes after the hour. I think that means it's time to do a giveaway. We've got a lot of good people here in chat also. So want to give a shout out to everybody and say, if you are in the sound of my voice and you are not on this list that I'm looking at right here, I'll read it off to you in just a minute, then please jump in and say hi. So I've got Darrow Evil, Joshua Burton, Robin Hood, Sardo Fritz, TuneFed, Umfreak, Worm, 369. Nobel is going to pop in here in just a minute. There he is. And Romario Raven is coming in here real quick. Gary, welcome on in, Gary. Swift Gaming in here as well. Nice to see all these people lurking in the background, absorbing some amazing DeFi Kingdoms content, chilling with the live stream as y'all do some other work, most likely. Let's see. Worm says, I think a week from today. Oh, Worm, man. I mean, it could be. I wonder if we should take some kind of bets, like on what day it's going to be. I'm not going to say it's not a week from today, but I really do feel it is sooner than that. I think it's way sooner than that. So, Worm, why do you think, I'm curious, why do you think a week from today? Do you think it's really going to take them 7 more days of testing? And I mean 7 more days of testing also. Let me collect these names and drop all these names into a wheel of names here for us while we're talking about this. All right, last chances for anyone to get their names in here. Let's put in a rollover as well. Rollover. So if we get the rollover, y'all know that we just roll over the tickets until next hour. Anybody last minute? We've got Darrow Evil, Gary Gorin, we've got Joshua Burton, Nobel, Robin Hood, Romario Raven, Sardo Fritz, Swift Gaming, TuneFed, Umfreak, Worm369. I don't think I've missed anybody. We in the very last minute. We're about to lock in these names. All right. They're locked in now. Paste, paste, paste. Let's give some rollovers, some numbers. There's a +2 and a +4 tickets. If we get those, we'll just roll over 2 and 4 tickets. All right. Little drum roll. Good luck, everybody. And the winner is Robin Hood. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. All right. Let me pull over my little spreadsheet here. For those of you, I think we do have some new names here in chat that we haven't seen recently or often. And I don't want to get into a sidetrack right now of what the wheel spin is exactly for. I think most of y'all probably already know. I do need to make a little video on it. Right now we're winning every hour on the half hours. We're winning. We're spinning the wheel to win an 808 rewards ticket, and the rewards tickets that we're winning now, which are right for now going onto this spreadsheet of winners, are going to be available for y'all on Saturday, which is tomorrow. We're going to have 6 more opportunities to win. The more of these tickets that you're winning here during the week adds up onto my little winners bank. And these are DFK. These are DFKs. These are NFTs, but I have not been handing them out as much as I normally do. We're kind of storing them into a winner's bank. If y'all want them in your wallets, I'm actually excited to hand them to you in your wallets, but it just means you'll have to give them back to me on Saturday when we redeem them. But you'll be able to redeem them tomorrow for a Gen0 Summons or pet hatching or some kind of loot. And I think what I've decided finally on doing for tomorrow is we're going to spin a wheel, and that wheel is going to have some prize options like the Gen0 Summons, gray egg, green egg, some other types of loot like maybe jewels or crystals or stamina potions or attunement crystals or some stuff like that, right? And we'll put all that on a wheel for tomorrow as well. All right, anyway, let's see. What did we get here? We had Robin Hood as our winner, and Robin Hood, I think I've seen your name in here somewhere. Let me just go ahead down here and look. Robin Hood, do I not see your name? I must have given you your tickets already. If your name is not on this list and you have won before, it's only because I've sent you out tickets and we don't have any on here. So let's just add Robin Hood. And Robin Hood, you now have 1 more ticket. And like I said, you might have one in your wallet from a week or 2 ago. You might have another 1 or 2 tickets in your wallet from back then as well. So the way to get these tickets is to hang out with us here in chat every hour. On the half-hour marks, we'll do another spin and do all that kind of stuff. Oh, all things DFK. That's right. That is right. Yes. So we do see, and that's why. So all things DFK does have 2 tickets. So we can add those 2 together, Robin Hood. Yeah, we can combine them. Which do you want them in? Do you want the change all things Robin? Oh, all things to Robin Hood. Okay, yeah, we can do that. So Robin Hood is now going to have 3 tickets, and all things DFK had 2 tickets, but those 2 tickets are going to get moved over to Robin Hood account, and so we will just take that off. That's where I remember that. All right, very good, Robin Hood. You got 3 tickets there, and we'll keep it under your name, Robin Hood, rather than all things DFK. Gotcha. All right, let's see. What else do we got here? Nobel says, hey, let's give Rock a little something. How about a like on the video? Yeah, that's true. You know, YouTube really puts a lot of weight into the algorithms and likes on the video. So yeah, just drop me a like. That'd be a lot, very appreciated. Really appreciate that kind of thing as well. Little payback for me, I guess. Appreciate it. Joshua says, weather on the 8s, wheel spins on the half hours. Absolutely right. Every day we listen to 808 The Rock. You know, when I was streaming some other stuff in the past, some other crypto projects and whatever, I would stream for 8 to 12 hours a day, all in one sitting. That was quite a bit. And I got even though I already had Rock 808 in my name, I started to get a little bit of I guess some jokes or memes or something. Here's Rock, 80 hours a week, 8 days a week, or 80 hours a day, 8 days a week was the kind of the joke a little bit. I thought that was funny. Yeah. Anyway, guys, we are talking about the AMA. Let's get back to that. The off-cycle release. I'm super stoked about that. And Worm, did you give us a little bit of input? Let's see. I think they'll announce the day early next week and release by the end of the week. Man. You think so? They'll announce the day early next week and release by the end of the week. I don't know, man. I mean, they could. I can see where you're coming from on that. You're really smart about a lot of things too, so I'm sure you put some good thought into that. I just don't feel that in my gut for some reason. I think maybe I'm just too hyped up about it to allow my reasonable brain, or allow reason into my brain, and I'm thinking unreasonable thoughts right at the moment. But my gut tells me this weekend or Monday, and most likely by Monday. So I'm thinking possibly tomorrow, more likely on Sunday, and almost to the point of it's got to be my Monday is just the way I feel about that. But you're probably right. You are probably more right than I am on that. Anyway, we'll see here. TuneFed says, if you want to lock up different time frames or amounts, you have to do it on separate accounts though. Wish that wasn't the case. Would be nice if you could lock various amounts and times on the same wallet. I totally agree with that, right? Totally agree, because I have a feeling, well, it's more than a feeling. I can't help but think that alone, being able to lock different amounts or not being able to lock different amounts onto the same wallet in different time frames is going to directly cause more people to multi-wallet. You know, I know the team is trying to do more things to stop multi-walleting, and in a way I'm all for that. I mean, the game is what it is, and we'll play it however we best can, I suppose, given the framework that we deal with the prizes and amounts and all this kind of stuff. And I think the team has actually done a really good job in discouraging multi-wallets. I mean, one of the things that I think really discourages multi-wallets is the power-ups and the fact that C-Jewel is not going to be a token that you can withdraw from the economy and sell off, right? It's just going to be an amount that is allotted to your wallet address, and then your wallet is going to be able to allot certain values of C-Jewel to those power-ups. So it's not something that the big whales can come in and scoop out of the economy. It also helps encourage single wallets, in that you want to put more of your funds into a single wallet to increase those C-Jewel rewards, and you probably want to put all of your heroes into that same single wallet, so all of your heroes are getting the massive amounts of power-ups that your larger amount of money in C-Jewel is bringing. So all of those things, just the incredible thoughtfulness that was put into how to put this together so the economy isn't raped of its funds from the whales coming in and scooping out all the value. The way that they're trying to make sure that we don't have multi-wallets or too many of those dispersed through, a dozen different accounts and all this kind of stuff. All this stuff is really well thought out. That's one thing I've really admired about the team. They've got some really smart people putting all this stuff together. But at the same time, if I had $100,000 to do things with, I don't think that I would want to put all of that money into a single time frame and a single amount of money into a single time frame, right? I think that I would want different amounts and different time frames, so it's almost forcing me to put money into different wallets, right? The whales are probably doing that anyway, and I guess if you've got $100,000 to do that, I guess you're probably considered a baby whale, maybe, I don't know. And not that I have $100,000 to do that with. I'm just throwing out a number out there of a person that might have $100,000, right? It's probably not going to put it all into one wallet. But now I do have a little bit more, like $10,000 that I can play with. And for $10,000, it's much more likely that I would put that $10,000 into a single wallet and put those heroes into the single wallet and have a single time frame for a majority of that $10,000, right? Although, man, I think the larger part, certainly the larger power-up amount I would put into one wallet, but I don't think I could lock up even $10,000 for 3 years in the Web3 space, in the blockchain space, seeing as how much has changed in the last 1 year. I mean, DeFi Kingdoms is just 1 year old. We've talked about this on the stream before. DeFi Kingdoms is just 1 year old. What new project could come down the road? Or what projects or what type of challenges have DeFi Kingdom faced over the last year? And how has that affected people putting money in, taking money out, and moving money around? And to lock that away for 3 years seems really rough, right? Let's catch up in chat and see what y'all are saying here. Let's see. They want to give a buffer of at least 2 days, in my opinion. They want to give a buffer for, what do you think a buffer would be for, Worm? So people can get ready? Because in my mind, I think that they've already been giving so much of a, quote, buffer, right? So here's a couple of things that I'm personally thinking about when I look at, if what you're saying is a buffer and giving people time and opportunity to do things. When we look at the announcements that came out, or the last AMA last week, they did talk a little bit about Sejoule, not a lot. But here, last Wednesday, right? So what day is this? On the 2nd of November, we got some information during this announcement right here that says, coming up, the short list, Sejoule updates. This feature is coming on nicely and should be in the testing phase within the next few days. This was Wednesday. So today is few days, right? So if they're going to be testing it out Friday and Saturday, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm sure they've already been doing some testing. So how much longer? And I could see that they would maybe want a week for testing. That is possible. So I could see how by next weekend could be an adequate amount of time. But I think that they've already mentally planned out how this is going to work. So the only reason that you would be doing the testing is just to work out any last little bugs, I think, right? But as far as the tokenomics go, they've already worked out all those things a while back. So they're not just testing out tokenomics at this point. And so here was one thing where I feel that they've given us some heads up. They also said, I think in the last AMA, or at least in chats and other things, if you talk to them in Discord, they will say that they've said that XJewel pool is going away when Jeweler 2.0 comes out, and that's soon, and how ways to migrate. And then of course also in today's AMA, they were giving a lot of really good information here as well, saying it's going to be off-cycle release, which means it's going to be before, 2 weeks from now, for sure. And they were really excited. I don't know how many of y'all were paying attention to the chat in the Voiceless AMA, right? And I don't know if we want to scroll back up there and look for very specific things in here. But there was a lot of talk very specifically about how soon CJewel is coming. And like I said, I'm not going to scroll through all that past stuff. Y'all can if you want to. But my impression was days away, literally just a couple of days. But I will say, and so what I mean by that, Worm, you're still probably more accurate than I am in that it'll probably be next, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or something like that. You're probably right. But in my mind, they've already given away so much things to give a buffer for that they've already given a buffer. I think the information that we've got now is a buffer. And if you're saying that they just need to give 2 days of buffer, I think they've already given it on last Wednesday. Is my personal thinking. And they don't need to give any more buffer. I'm ready to expect it to come out anytime. In fact, one of the things that I will even, let's say, search for Love Surprises. Was that it? Let's see. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find it quick enough. But Bullen directly talking about CJeweler. Was it just surprises? Here we go. So way back up here, I'm talking about off cycle isn't even something I considered. Wow. And Bullen is, I like surprises. And we're talking about, again, CJeweL final stages. And here we have someone say, like today, as far as being ready soon. Right? So, oh, it's today. So this Wednesday. So again, I feel that it is really coming up very quickly, right? Very quickly. I don't think it's going to be today, right? Don't get me wrong there. But I think, so TuneFit says last 3, quote, surprise release days, 2 of the 3 were on Fridays. Interesting. So, TuneFed, I think you said something earlier. Let me scroll back up here a little bit. Was it you that said something about today also? I think you gave like a goofy answer that I don't think you were totally serious about it. But I do think that you said today is a Friday, or because it's Friday, that maybe today, right? So that would be very interesting if by that soon it was today. I don't think it's today myself, just because they said they were going to be in testing in, quote, a few days. And that was on Wednesday. So my thinking is they're starting testing Thursday, yesterday, today, tomorrow. They might only need 2 or 3 days of testing it, because that is so high on their priority list. Yeah, so I think it's coming really quickly, really quickly. Let's see. Dome Freak says, after the tokenomics AMA and recent uneasiness from somehow dark summoning was sprung on us, I'm not sure. I do understand how some people are saying dark summonings and sprung, but as it was mentioned in the AMA today, dark summoning is something that was talked about originally months ago, like January, February even. And there was talk about we need ways to burn some heroes. And I remember there was quite a bit of discussion way back in the early months of this year that we need some more sinks for burning heroes, more than just the perilous journey. And so, as I forget who said it, either Frisky Fox or Dreamer or Hubert or somebody said today in the AMA that dark summoning was in direct response to some of the concerns about too many heroes, that we need some more sinks, and all the talk earlier this year. So when somebody says that dark summons was sprung, I don't know if it was sprung on us necessarily, but certainly more than a year ago, or earlier than January, if someone who came in early to the game bought a whole bunch of heroes in expectation that there was only going to be this limited number of heroes, or the way that heroes were going to work is we weren't going to have hero sinks, then somebody could have adjusted. And I think Grady was talking about Naus, a post that Naus made, and how Naus was saying a few negative things about that. And actually, Grady was also saying, he would love someone to push back on some of his thoughts. And I would love to push back playfully. I agree with Grady on a whole lot of things. But there's some things that I feel could take a different perspective, right? From what Grady, or how Grady feels about some certain things. And so I can definitely see how somebody November, December, January of last year might have made huge amounts of dollars of planning based on what they saw as the game at that time. Now, again, we're in such an early alpha stage that I think we should be expecting things change, but I know that for myself, in some other projects that I've been in, if I make a $10,000 move with some money because I understand the game to be some way, and then a month later they change things in a quite drastic way, I'm going to be a little upset. It's like, hey, I made a $10,000 move with some money because y'all said the game was going to be this way, and now all of a sudden you're changing it, right? And so I could definitely see where Naus would be concerned. And I'm just talking about $10,000, but what if someone did something with $1 million? I could definitely see that could be a little bit more disconcerting to some people, right? Or some expectations like, hey, we're going to have PvP out the beginning of this year, just like has been mentioned by a couple of people that were talking about DFK last year, how DFK team was saying they were going to have it out early, and then they didn't, and it got pushed back and more. So some of us are making, and when I say some of us, I don't mean me particular or anyone here in the chat necessarily, but I guess what I mean is there are people that are involved in DFK that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars of movements in one thing or another. And for something to change, I mean, you don't necessarily see the stock market changing like that, or changing the name of the game or something. You'd be very upset if you put $100,000 into a CD where you're supposed to be earning some percentage of money, and then after some amount of time they say, oh nope, this money that you put into the CD, it's not for 1 year, we're actually going to roll it over to a 3-year plan in some other project. And so now your money's going to be locked up for another 3 years. You'd be like, hey, wait, I didn't sign up for that. And you'd be upset. Right? So I think that that's part of the issue here. However, dark summoning has been out for a little while. So, and I don't want to say it's been out for a little while, but we've been talking about dark summoning for several months now. And we've been talking about hero sinks for much longer than that. think they're going to be more careful with surprise releases. I hope they're careful with surprise changes, like dark summoning, and all of a sudden things behave differently. I definitely would hope that they're more careful about that. But surprise releases, I think surprise releases are going to be okay myself. It's like, if we know Seed Jeweler is coming out, then is it okay to surprise us with a release tomorrow as opposed to having to wait until 2 weeks from Wednesday? You know, that type of thing. We know Seed Jeweler is coming out. We've had so much stuff about it. Would we be okay with a, quote, surprise release? I think probably so, but I'd be interested to hear what y'all think as well. We know it's coming out. Is it okay for them to surprise us tomorrow with Seed Jeweler? Or would you prefer that, hey, we're supposed to have releases every 2 weeks now, every other Wednesday. So we're only going to allow releases on every other Wednesday. Would that be better? I mean, for some people, maybe it would be. They could plan their lives better. They could move around their money. I mean, I could even see a situation where someone says, you know what? I need to think about moving $10,000 out of my bank account into Coinbase. And of course, it takes a few days to get from your bank into Coinbase, and then a few more days for Coinbase to have it there before they can release it out and do that. And somebody might be thinking, okay, if we're going to have Seed Jeweler on November the what? If it comes out in 2 more weeks, if we're going to have Seed Jeweler come out on a proper release cycle on November the 16th, then I can plan my financial stuff and I can juggle around money. Maybe I can move $10,000 from some other project over to this project, and I want it all in there on November 16th. To some people, that is the financial game. That is playing the financial game and logistics of moving your money around where it needs to be at the right timing for when it needs to be somewhere. That is fun in itself, right? And takes a lot of planning and all this kind of stuff. So for some people, maybe they do not want surprise releases early, where it's like, oh man, now I'm missing out on the first few days of Seed Jewel because it's coming out, you know, on Monday the 7th, kind of surprise, and I didn't have a chance to move around the money where I want. So now it's unfair to me that it's coming out super early when I had done all this planning for it to come out on the 16th where other releases are. For me personally, I'm happy to have this, quote, surprise release, but I can absolutely see where some people might not want surprise releases like that. I'd expect more time to prepare. So, you know, in a way, Freak, that's exactly what I'm saying. People might want that dedicated time, like I need until November the 16th. I was planning on it. We didn't get it on the 2nd, so I'm planning for it to be the 16th, and I need the time to prepare. However, personally, what I would say is, dude, we've been talking about Seed Jeweler for a month now at least. I've been prepared, maybe overly prepared even, with Seed Jewel sitting on the side, or with Jewel sitting on the sidelines now for almost 2 weeks. This 10,000 Jewel has been sitting on the sidelines, specifically waiting to get in there. And then I guess a part of me, if I wanted to be a little bit, not confrontational necessarily, but if I wanted to push back a little bit, I'd say, dude, we've had 2 weeks to prepare. If you're not prepared by now, what's wrong, right? That's something that I could say if I wanted to be a little bit contrary to that statement. But I definitely agree. I like to make sure that I'm well prepared also. Let's see. Imagine the team give an option to have different time frames. Could you explain how to use it? Imagine the team gave you an option to have different time frames. Could you explain how you would use it? They're evil. Let's see. I would say that perhaps I would want some of my money, or I would feel confident that some of my money, so many thousands of dollars, I could set aside for 3 years and lock it away for 3 years, and that wouldn't be any big deal, right? And so I would feel comfortable. Let's say I had $10,000 and I felt comfortable locking away $2,000 for 3 years, with feeling that it's okay if the whole world collapses and I lose that money. It's 3 years locked away and I don't have any chance to, well, I guess it's not that I don't have any chance to get it back, but 50% penalty is massively high, and I would say that pretty much it's lost. So I could lock away $2,000 of that. I would also say that I could put aside some amount for 1 year and feel comfortable with that. What's that going to be? Maybe another $4,000, $5,000 of that. Maybe I could put away to, or maybe only $3,000 I'd put away for a full year. And come to think of it, maybe I would have a smaller amount for a 1 year thing as well. So maybe 2,000 for 3 years and 2,000 for 1 year, which leaves 6,000 that I think on day one I would put into something shorter, like a week or a month or something, like 2 months, something like that. And the reason that I would put in a larger amount in a smaller time frame is because this is going to be C-Jewel just rolling out for the very first time, and I have no idea what are the features that's going to include. We hear, oh, it's going to give you power-ups. Well, what power-ups? What am I getting for locking away this amount? Just like dark summoning, here's a good example, Darrow Evil. This is a really good example. We heard a lot of stuff about dark summoning. We got super hyped up. And let's take Grady as a good example there as well. Grady's getting super hyped up about dark summoning, talking about burning maybe 2/3 of his heroes. He's really excited about all this stuff. And then when the dark summoning actually gets released, it turns out that it's not quite what we expected. And now I got to rethink this thing with dark summoning. And Grady pulls back quite a bit from his eagerness to jump in with 2/3 of his heroes and burn 2/3 of his heroes, right? For me, myself, I was excited about dark summoning to some extent. I'm not overly excited about burning 2 of my heroes, but hey, if the rewards are really good, then I'd be more likely to do that. But after doing 2 dark summons myself and getting rugged on both of those and seeing a stream of Grady, where Grady did a bunch of, or had other people come onto his stream and did some dark summons, and most of those didn't turn out very good at all. Chris O'Currency did 2 dark summons, and neither of those turned out good at all. There was a stream that a couple guys did last night, Mosh and Starbuck and a couple of them, and they did a whole bunch of dark summoning also. I don't remember exactly how many they said they did, but only the last 2 turned out good, I think. And so there was a whole bunch that turned out bad. That now my personal feeling is I don't think I'm going to dark summon anymore. And that's not to say the dark summoning is bad. I just think that for somebody like me who has a bunch of floor heroes, that I'm not looking at the deep recesses of the gene pool and trying to figure that out. I'd rather have 2 bad heroes that are able to go questing for me than to burn those heroes, and to have another bad hero, or even one good hero that I'm not utilizing to its full potential, just because that's not the way, I'm not set up to utilize those heroes to their full potential like some of these other players are. I'm not really big into the PvP stuff. I don't have enough heroes to be good at PvP. I haven't taken the time to learn the best ways to fight in Fight Club, right? I'm just kind of randomly throwing out actions and abilities and attack styles and stuff. And so because of that, I'm probably not going to win those PvP events very much, right? And so because of that, and to kind of roll things back around to your exact question, I'm imagining that C-Jewel could be very similar to that, in that what exactly are we going to be getting? I know it sounds really good. I'm expecting it's going to be really good. If for no other reason, I'm hoping for the share feeing and the rewards, but is that going to be enough to put $6,000 or $10,000 on the sideline for 3 years? We see how fast DFK has come up in 1 year. It's 1 year old. So do I financially, I mean, I love DFK, but financially, for my best financial interest, do I want to lock away $10,000 for 3 years? What if next month there is a new AAA game company that puts out some game there that just blows almost everything out of the water, and it's playable right off the bat, or there's a lot more playability. They've got a team of 100 programmers that are working day and night to get something out there, right? We don't know. And so to financially lock something away that this early, I'm worried, I'm concerned about that. So hopefully that answers the question. So I want different amounts where I can ease into it. And I do want to start off on day one, but I don't necessarily want to put that whole amount in. I know it's a long answer to that question, but hopefully that was a detailed answer to that. Worm says they need to give people time to convert XJewel once they announce the C-Jewel is released. I don't think they do need to give time, Worm. Right? To me, they've given time. We've had 2 weeks and my XJewel is already converted out. I've already gotten out of my XJewel pool. I'm ready to go, right? So my response to something like that would be, dude, you've had time. Get out of it now. They say it's in a few days. Get out now, right? They've given plenty of time. That would be my response to that. They've given way more time. They continue to give time. I got out of I've got out of all of my liquidity pools a week ago. I sold my Crystal. I sold my Crystal BTC, my Crystal Avox, my Crystal USDC. Got out of all those pools and converted to Jewel way back on the 19th, which I'm really happy about actually. But if we come and take a look at Jewel price in USDC, and we look back at the history there, I sold out of all of my, and it just happens, I just got lucky. But on the 19th, right here, is when I got out of all of my Crystal whatever pools. I sold all of my Crystal for Jewel, sold all of my BTC sides of that pool. And fortunately for me, I did it just at a good time, that the price or value of Jewel has skyrocketed since almost that same day. And I just got lucky. I'm really happy about that. But I did it then. I knew C-Jewel was coming. I knew that people were going to pump Jewel. So I got out early and everything was sold, right? And so if someone says they need time to convert it, you've had time. You've had plenty of time. You still have time. You can do it today, right? If what you mean by this is that, we don't want people to get locked into the Jewel XJewel pool, and if you're scared that it's going away, then and that people are going to lose their money, that is not something to worry about. So I got confirmation again from Bolin. He did mention that the C-Jewel XJewel pool will still be around, but it will have 0 emissions. So they're going to reduce the emissions to 0. So you won't be gaining anything more from having anything in C-Jewel Jewel as soon as C-Jewel or Jeweler 2.0 comes out, right? So then you can move it anytime you want. You're not going to be forced or locked in to something or lose any value if you don't convert it before C-Jeweler is released. So you don't have to worry. If that's what your statement here means, they need to give people time to convert, you'll be able to convert whenever you want after C-Jeweler opens. It's just you're not going to be getting any more rewards for the Jewel XJewel pool, right? The emissions will go down to 0. So I think it's fine. Get out now. If you're worried, get out now. Have it in Jewel. Be ready. I think it's plenty of time. They've given us plenty of time. They say it's coming in days. Let's see. Worm says there's a 7.3 million Jewel in the XJewel Gardens. I think that 3 times larger than the next biggest garden. Yeah, get out. They've told people this for weeks, right? I don't think that they need to tell people. That's just me. I don't think they need to tell people any more about it. Yeah, I don't necessarily agree either. Most talking about us posts got a lot of buzz talking about sprung decisions. You know, I certainly can understand, and I don't want to harp on this or go back to it too much, but I can certainly understand where Nels is coming from. Because again, if he's a player that has been in since November, December, January of this year, and you have there's like nothing on the roadmap at all about burning heroes, then you make big financial decisions based on that. I don't know how much money he has in the game, But I could easily see somebody throwing in several $100,000 or a couple of $1,000,000, possibly, if you're a big whale. And I don't know if Nous is. I can't imagine that those of us that have under, $50,000 or $10,000 would be too upset about it either way, right? Those of us that don't have a lot of money, we probably don't care, and we might not understand how some of those people would be so upset. But when you're tossing around $100,000, $1 million, and all of a sudden the game changes, or the rules of the game change. Imagine that you're playing any game, a board game or a card game or anything, and you understand the rules to be a certain way. And let's say you're playing poker and you're playing 5-card draw or something like this, and you understand the rules of that game. And all of a sudden in the middle of the game, somebody changes the rules of the game, and you've already bet, several $100s on this particular hand, and all of a sudden the rules of the game change. I'd be a little upset, I think. And I think that that's what Nous is talking about right there as far as being sprung. So I can definitely see how someone would be upset about that, right? Let's see. For sure, they give some time to retire X-Jewel pair. You're going to be able to take out your money anytime you want after the jewel opens, but emissions are going to go to 0. That's what Bolin said. So take it out now, take it out in a month. It's all up to you when you want to take it out. I've already got mine out, and then that way, the moment C Jewel drops, boom, I'm getting in. The moment it drops, boom, I'm getting in. I'm already prepared. Shame on you if you're not prepared. You have been warned. If they don't give time, I'm pretty sure a lot of people will get upset. Darrow Evil, again, I know that I'm really behind in the chat, and y'all were talking about this stuff 10 minutes ago when this is 2:56 that this was said. It's 3:15 right now. So again, I'm catching up in chat, but as I've said a couple of times already, they've given plenty of time. People should not be upset. You're not going to lose the X-Jewel. It's just you're not going to be getting any more emissions from the X-Jewel pool. And they've said a long time that it's coming. Robin Hood says, I've seen the whole past year in the buildings on the foundation and basic framework of DFK. I could see why some early investors may be upset, but it was all so new, I guess. It was the high risk. Yeah, totally agree with that statement right there, Robin Hood, in that when the game changes on you in the middle of your playing something and you make large financial decisions based on that, yeah, I can absolutely see how Nous and even Thanos are upset at some things. Absolutely. In fact, I kind of feel they have a right to be, to some extent, when the game changes and when there was no thought at all about a hero sync. And now all of a sudden there is, right? They put in thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of dollars to some of these heroes, and now the game is a little different, right? They said straight up the AMA today in reference to questions about changes in mini raffles between S1 and S2 duels that it should be expected they'll be making changes along the way, though. Yes, so that's something else that I fully agree with, and that all of us need to understand, right? Including Nous and everybody else, Thanos, and so on, all of us, is that we are in an alpha early stage of a brand new technology, blockchain gaming, and tokenomics needs to be well balanced and all this kind of stuff. We are the early adopters into something where there's experimentation going on right now. And even what I would say is, if you don't risk anything that you can't afford to lose, maybe that's just what it all comes down to again. Don't risk anything that you can't afford to lose. The game is still in development early stages. There's most likely going to be some changes. And by the way, TuneFed, that's almost exactly why I don't want to jump in with a lot of money into Sea Jeweler right away, and why I would want my single wallet to have multiple time frames and multiple amounts, because you know what? I don't know how the game is going to change in a month or 6 months or a year. And what happens if C-Jeweler starts off to be really great, but then, the tokenomics don't work out. We need to change things. Or just like we never expected Serendale on Harmony to fail, right? Maybe there's going to be something else that happens and there needs to be big movements of something later on. We just don't know. And so I'm scared to put $10,000 into a locked investment for 3 years in this space. I'm scared to do it. So I would like to have, but I would like to support with some amount locked away for 3 years. I'm fine with that, right? Different people might be, even if someone only makes $100 a month, they're in a third world country, they make $100 a month, their values or their dollar amounts might be less, but still they might have a specific dollar amount where they're willing to risk that for 3 years, but a different dollar amount they're willing to risk for 1 year, and a different dollar amount that they want to just put their toe in the water and see how are things going to be a month later, right? This also goes to, some of the stuff in the game where people had put in money into locked Jewel, into Serendale 1.0, right? Into the original Serendale, where people were expecting that they have that money back earlier, right? That all of that money would be vested, and now we're getting that back when Serendale's, after their 1 year locked time period, and we should be getting that back. But now, again, things have changed in the game, and we're not going to be getting that back. So that money's instead getting rolled over into Clayton and Crystal locked balances, right? And that, again, I can definitely see how someone would be upset that, hey, y'all are changing the rules. But I think that's what we all need to keep in mind, is that this is early stage, and I don't think we can expect things to be the same in 6 months. And we need to be careful about that, right? I don't think we can expect things to be the same. Let's see. Expect change. Yeah, expect changes. I think that is the biggest thing. And that's another reason why I'm a little skeptical to lock a larger amount into a 3-year time period, but why I would like to be able to lock different amounts into different time frames. Got a front run to be ready. Yeah, Tim Butters, got to be ready for that. And like I said, we have plenty of time. If you haven't figured out your strategy, and if you're not ready for that, that's on you. That's all I have to say. I think we're done with that topic, right? Will XJewel still be available though through C-Jewel launches? No, XJewel will not be available through C-Jewel launches. XJewel is totally going away. Now, when I say totally going away, I don't mean that it's going to vanish from the blockchain. What I do mean, and from what I understand it means, is that we're going to have to pull out from the XJewel pool. And when you pull out from that, you will still own XJewel technically, right? Jeweler 1.0 is going away as well. So you could still technically own XJewel on the blockchain, but XJewel is not going to be doing anything for you. So people are going to be selling XJewel back to Jewel. That's been said many times. And that's why I sold all of my XJewel, or got out of the XJewel. Now, hang on, let me not say something wrong right here. It's my understanding, again, that there's a massively huge difference between the XJewel that you have right now in the Serendale outpost, right, on the Harmony blockchain. And I still have a decent amount of money in that Harmony blockchain in the jeweler over there. I wonder if it shows up in this. Let's see here. Yeah, so here I have XJewel. I have a certain amount of XJewel in, this one doesn't show it. Is it over here? Let's see if this shows it. Here it is. So on the Harmony blockchain, I've got 10,000 Jewel more, right? So I've got more Jewel, 10,000 more Jewel sitting in XJewel in the Harmony blockchain in the Jeweler 1.0 over there on Harmony. And that is waiting to come out. So it's been said for, again, many weeks now that Bolin and the team has come out and said that the best way that they're recommending that you handle your XJewel is that you're putting it in the jeweler on the original Harmony blockchain, and then when the time comes, you can withdraw it from that jeweler to get the full amount of value for XJewel to Jewel ratio. And then you want to bridge, so then you'll have Jewel, and then you're going to want to bridge that Jewel back over to Crystal Veil. That is the official way, or the last I heard of the official way to handle your XJewel and getting it back over here into Crystal Veil and Jeweler. The other way that is possible is that you have XJewel right here already in Crystal Veil, and you could come over here and you could trade your XJewel back into Jewel, right? So you could trade XJewel back into Jewel. And I have a little bit that I have not bridged over. I've got 201 XJewel here in Crystal Veil that I've not actually bridged over to Harmony blockchain. The problem that the dev team sees with doing this is that because this is a different token, and because this does deal with the DEX here, and with XJewel versus Jewel pair, and there is a ratio. In fact, I guess we could go and look that up, right? XJewel compared to Jewel on the DFK blockchain right here. So one of the things that we see is the value of Jewel to XJewel is going up or down or something like that. Well, if you are going to wait, if you're going to wait until the last minute, which I don't think anybody's recommending, and that's why the dev team is not recommending this. They were saying if you wait until the last minute to convert your XJewel to Jewel in the trader, you will be subject to the trading fees and the difference in the value of what you're getting back from XJewel to Jewel. It's not going to be the consistent ratio, right? And this is what I would like to avoid. I don't want to be waiting till the very last minute and then pull out my XJewel when everyone else is, and then find out that I'm getting a lot less Jewel for the XJewel than I had originally thought. If you're waiting to the last minute to do this and do it through the trader, you're going to be hurt, right? You're going to be hurt. You can discuss that in DFK Gen Chat if you want. Talk to Bolin, talk to Frisky, talk to any of those other devs. Unless things have changed, I have gotten direct answers that this is going to be a bad decision to do. Trading XJewel for Jewel in the trader in Crystal Veil in the last few days, or when it comes out. Terrible idea, right? So, and what they've recently said though, says won't XJewel still be available though through Seedjewel? XJewel will still exist on the blockchain, but there might be some challenges trading with it. If you put it back over to Harmony blockchain and get it out of the jeweler, that would be the way to do it. And then you're guaranteed that very specific ratio of Jewel to XJewel. But there will be no new way to get any more XJewel, right? You're not gonna be able to get any more XJewel. And when Seedjewel launches, again, we're going to be using Jewel itself to get Seedjewel. And when I say get Seedjewel, we're not gonna be gaining so the rewards are going to be rewarded out in Jewel value or crystal value, or we're going to be getting Seedjewel, but there won't be any XJewel specifically. Robin says, thanks for clarifying. XJewel will still be convertible after Seedjewel is my take. Yes, that is absolutely my take as well. XJewel will still be convertible, but you're going to be in a world of pain, I think, because everyone's going to want to be selling XJewel. What happens when everyone wants to sell something and no one's buying XJewel anymore on a DEX? Can you imagine that? Oh, man. Let's see. You should tell people what is Seedjewel and how to get it. So let's talk about that in a minute, Romario Raven. That is absolutely something that if y'all don't know, but I can't imagine that anyone in this chat doesn't know what Seedule is by now. So let's hold off on that. But if we need to discuss what Seedule is and how to get it, a very short answer is Seedule is going to allow you to have power-ups and a bunch of other airdrops of some things. So you want Seedule, and the way to get it is to put Jewel itself, Jewel specifically, into either the Crystal Veil Jeweler, Jeweler 2.0, or the new Serendale Jeweler at the relaunch on Clayton blockchain. Put it into the new relaunch of Serendale on Clayton blockchain, put it into that Jeweler, which will be Jeweler 2.0 also. So you put Jewel into a Jeweler 2.0, whether it's on Crystal Veil or Clayton blockchain, and you get a Seedule allotment. And we can talk about that a little bit more in detail later on. XJewel will still be convertible, but the pool gets smaller, the cost to convert will rise. Absolutely right. I don't think you want to wait until the last minute. Get out of there, guys. If you don't want to take just my word for it, you can ask around. But unless something is radically changed, every person on the dev team that I've talked to over the last couple of weeks has said that you probably do not want to be doing that through the DEX, because then you're subject to all of the fluctuation in the market for those values that would happen normally for any tokens on a DEX. Prices are going to skyrocket. That's going to be terrible for you. For sure, they have spoken about Seedule before. Imagine if you get to know next Wednesday, they will release Seedule. Would you have removed your XJewel pair, which was giving you some return? I personally think that from what I've seen right here, with the rise in the value of Jewel, that I'm okay with having taken out or liquidating my XJewel pair a week ago. I've made more in just the rise of Jewel than I have from the rise of Crystal and so on and so forth, Bitcoin and whatever, just because the rise in the value of Jewel and holding Jewel specifically, right? 10,000 Jewel tokens, right? Let's see. Team have talked a lot about features, but have not given specifics for each timeline. Exactly right. So I was mentioning this a little while ago. We do know that there's going to be cool stuff and power-ups, but it's too vague right now for me to, put a lot of faith or money into something. And since we know the game changes, since we know to expect changes, I'm slightly skeptical to lock up a large amount of funds into 3-year time period without, before I know more. It says we can speculate when a specific feature might be released and prepare for it. Exactly right. And we do know that Seedule offers lots of things besides power-ups, right? There will be fee sharing, and there will be just the deflationary aspect of Jewel itself. So because of those things, I'm very excited to just hold Jewel even without the power-ups. And so that's something else that I'm considering. I'm fine holding 10,000 Jewel or 20,000 Jewel of just Jewel, just for the share feeing and the stuff without the power-ups. So the power-ups I'm considering are just beneficial, and so having them or not having them in any specific time frame isn't quite as big deal to me right now. Right? I can always but that's another reason that I would want to make adjustments a little bit later. If the power-ups that come into play are super massive and good, then I might want to readjust that. But I would rather, I think, start off small and add more as the features get better and as we see that the tokenomics of everything works better. I'd rather start off small and add than to start off with a really large amount and get super hyped like we got super hyped on dark summoning, and then a lot of us are now pulling back from dark summoning. It's like, oh, dark summoning is good, but not in all the ways that we might have originally thought. Let's see. But not all will believe the speculation and be prepared for it. Yeah, that's true, Dareweevil. I think that some of us, like me, can talk about the fact that you should already be prepared for some of this stuff or get prepared today. But some people are going to say, I'm going to hold off to the last minute. And in that particular case, I would say you've been warned already. You've been warned for weeks now. And I've been prepared for weeks. If I got prepared 2 weeks ago for Seedule and I sold liquidity pools in preparation for Seedule, everybody else should have been, and I've been talking about that on my stream for weeks now. I've been saying how I'm holding Jewel and waiting for something to happen, waiting to get in there. Every single day I'm talking about that. So for someone to not be prepared, I just say you haven't been paying attention. Daryl Evil says, I got my Jewel ready 3 weeks ago. Exactly right. Yeah, I mean, a lot of us have. Speculation will be released soon. No luck for me as well. No luck yet, but we're going to be ready, I think, Daryl Evil. I'm also glad I got it 3 weeks ago because the price of Jewel was low. Yes, price of Jewel was so much lower 3 weeks ago. I'm so glad that I did all my stuff on the 19th. It just happened to randomly be the perfect day for it, I guess. But I'm really happy about that. Tim says, if you look at the price of the impact, the smaller the pool, the higher it is. That is correct. And so many people are going to be selling out of XJewel that I think the liquidity for XJewel is going to become so low that, oh man, people are going to, I don't want to say the word wrecked, because I really don't know exactly how bad it's going to be. But it wouldn't surprise me if people did get wrecked if they're not situating themselves better sooner. I'm worried about that, to be honest. So your liquidity provider fee is higher for the smaller the pool fees. Yeah, I think that's going to be very problematic. Let's see. Umar, hello, Umar. What about the LP XJewel Jewel? Is it bad to keep? So I can't offer you financial advice, Romario, right? But here's my take on that. My take on that is we have been warned for weeks now that Jeweler 2.0 is coming and is just around the corner. We were told very specifically in the announcements just 2 days ago, right? Just 2 days ago in the announcements, we were told that CJewel is going to be ready. This feature is coming along nicely and should be in the testing phase within a few days. That's now. It's testing now, right? We were told that it was coming for weeks to go. We were told in the AMA again today that it's coming very soon. If we go back and look at the voiceless AMA today and see what people were talking about with this, we saw that Bullen was talking about surprises. I was specifically talking to Bullen in the chat today about how soon CJewel final stages, right? And people are speculating very soon, and Bullen is saying off-cycle CJewel isn't even something I considered. Wow, I like surprises, right? I think with some of the other things that I've heard them say on different days in the Discord as well, that it is coming quickly, right? And so to answer your question, what about the LP? What about the liquidity pool for XJewel Jewel? Is it bad to keep it? I don't want to say it's bad to keep it necessarily, right? Again, I think I need to preference what I'm about to say here with do your own research, and what I say is not financial advice. But here's my understanding. CJewel is going to pop up as a surprise any freaking day now. Literally any day. It could be tonight, it could be tomorrow, it could be Monday, it could be next Wednesday, it could be next Friday, but it is coming imminently. So the next point that I want to make with CJewel or with the Jewel XJewel pool is on the moment that CJewel or that Jeweler 2.0 gets released, the XJewel Jewel pool will be switched off, and that it will have no emissions. You will not be getting any more bonus or any more allotment of funds from that pool. But that's not really a lot anyway. So you're not really losing out a ton of money if you don't exit that immediately. You're certainly not gonna lose any money, right? You're not gonna have the value locked away or lost or something like that. So the money that you have in the pool is still gonna be there, and you can withdraw that whenever you want. Jewel XJewel pool is not going to suddenly vanish, right? If that's what y'all were thinking. It'll still be here, but you're only getting 18% interest. So let's do a quick look at something, right? In fact, I've done this a few days ago. I guess I need to do it again. And did I keep my notes on this? Let's see if I still have my notes on this from a few days. Yeah, here it is. Let me pull this spreadsheet over, guys. A few days ago, I was trying to look at having some Joule, what the APR is and all this kind of stuff, and then how much you're gaining or how much you're not gaining right here. So, Romario, toss me out a number. How much Joule do you want to just speculate that you have? Or not that you have necessarily, but just as a number to play with. You want to play with 2,000 Joule? I'm going to start off with that, but if you want to toss me out a number, we can use whatever numbers y'all want. So if we have 2,000 Joule, right, which would be 1,000, half of that would be Joule, half of that would be X Joule in the Joule X Joule pool for a total of 2,000 Joule together, like once you split those seeds. If you're looking at 18% APR, which is what you're getting from the Joule X Joule pool right now, then in 1 year, you're going to gain 360 crystal. Not Joule, but crystal, because we get gain rewards from gardens in crystal. And then by what day? By the 16th, you're talking about having 13 crystal gained. So you tell me, is 13 crystal over a 2 weeks time period, is it worth potentially risking having the market really jump away from you? So if you're going to try to sell X Joule for Joule on the pool, or if you are splitting your seeds to X Joule, and then you need to sell X Joule back into Joule, because you will need to do that one way or the other. You're either going to need to do that at the trader in Crystal Vale, going to the trader, or you're going to need to bridge that money over to Harmony and take that X Joule over to Harmony and then take it out of Harmony's Jeweler 1.0 back into Joule and then bridge it back, which means 2 bridges. You're going to have to do 2 bridges. And we looked at this the other day, and that bridging fees are going to cut into your value as well. And bridging fees aren't going to be good for you either. And if you're talking about only gaining 13 crystal over 2 weeks time period, and then you have to do all that work, and you might be subject to higher costs and trading fees for getting out of X Joule back into Joule, I don't think it's worth it to wait and have that hassle. And that's one reason that I and Darrow Evil, it sounds like, and I'm sure a bunch of other people, have already gotten out of our pools. We don't want to be in the mad dash to get out of X Joule when Jeweler 2.0 opens, and especially now. I mean, I did it and Darrow Evil did it weeks ago. We've been sitting on the sidelines, and during that time when we've been sitting on the sidelines, our Joule is still skyrocketing. So I'm glad that, or I'm fine that I'm not getting 18% APR, which again is only 13 crystal, right? Which is what, like $5 of value? You're talking about being worried about $5 of value when Joule has just gone up about 10% in the last few days. So when you say, what about Joule X Joule, is it bad to keep it? I wouldn't want to hassle the stress and the pressure, and so I got out early. So everything's taken care of for me, and I'm ready to jump into Sea Joule the moment that it pops into existence, which could be any day now. Otherwise, you don't need to be worried about losing that money, except for the fact that you're not going to have it timed right, and then you're going to be racing at the last minute to get something in. Right? So in that aspect, is it bad? I don't know, right? I wouldn't say it's bad, it's just that you won't be prepared, or as prepared as me, as an example. Robin Hood says, Rock, can you show us how to deal with X Joule through Harmony? Like, have you heard from devs? Yes, I have heard directly from the devs how to do this. And so I can show y'all how to do it right now. Romario says there is 7 million in Joule X Joule pool. Yeah. Hey, you know, so Robinhood. I don't know if, so there's 7.3 million in X Jewel pool. And I don't know if some people think that, oh, they can't shut that down because there's 7 million in there. That's totally not true, right? I don't think that you're telling us that because you're asking how could they shut it down with so much in there. They could absolutely, and they will, and they have before, and I'll show that to you here. So if we go over to the Harmony blockchain and we look at Harmony, in fact, I don't even know if we can see it in Harmony anymore. See, there's no gardens over here. There's no gardens. So let me hop back over to DFK blockchain for just a minute. And let's just see if I can show it to you from here. I don't know if we've got any closed out gardens. Gardens, seed boxes. Are there any archived pools? I don't see any. Okay, so I don't think I can show y'all here just because there's no way for me to get access to them anymore. But do y'all remember on Harmony, there was archived liquidity pools. There was pools that had been set up with like Jewel versus the one token, Jewel versus Phantom, or other types of combinations of liquidity pools. And there was some votes in the past, and maybe there were some times when it was done without votes, I don't know. But some of those liquidity pools were archived or dropped. And I think that we have also seen times before when on Serendale, on Harmony blockchain, Serendale 1, when we were moving off of the Harmony blockchain, I think all of us remember the time when the gardens emissions went to zero, right? Zero emissions in the gardens. And they did it. Does anyone remember how much money was left in those pools when we could still see them? I mean, we can't see them now. That's what I was trying to show you. But there was literally millions of dollars that people had left in those pools, and it's still left in those pools. And I remember some of the archived pools, even when I started playing the game, there were already archived liquidity pools that had hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions. I don't remember any specifically being millions of dollars, but definitely several pools had hundreds of thousands of dollars where people had just left that money in there. I don't know if, maybe it's somebody lost their wallet keywords, their passphrases. Maybe someone just got tired of playing DFK and have left it for a year. TuneFed says there is still at least 5 million total lock volume on Harmony DFK. Okay, my point right there, exactly. Thanks, TuneFed. So there's huge amounts of money that are left in these liquidity pools that totally have no gains anymore and stuff like that. And that's what's going to happen with Jewel X Jewel, right? And so it doesn't really matter if there's 7.3 million right in there right now or not. The emissions are going to go to zero, and anyone who has money in there, you will be able to take out your seeds. You'll be able to split your seeds and get your money out. There'll be plenty of time to do that, but you're not going to be gaining anything. Your APR is going to drop to zero, right? APR is going to drop to zero. So it would be pointless to leave it in there. But yes, you will be able to pull it out, and you will be able to get it out. Dero Evil says, up for some more speculation, what do you think the minimum C-Jewel requirement to win Gen0 raffle is going to be? I would say 100 C-Jewel, maybe? Or, I'm sorry, maybe not 100 C-Jewel. Maybe something like 100 Jewel or 200 Jewel, perhaps. I don't know how much C-Jewel that's going to give you, of course, because it depends on your time frame and all that kind of stuff. But I would say the minimum would be a couple hundred Jewel. And the only reason that I speculate on that at all is because we've seen airdrops in the past or raffle tickets being given out for allotments of 100 X Jewel in the jeweler or banker, it used to be called, right? In the jeweler. If you had 100 X Jewel, or for every 100 X Jewel you had in the jeweler, you would get a raffle ticket for something, right? And so the more allotments of 100 you had, the more your chances to win. But that's the only reason that I'm speculating on that amount right there, is because that's what they've done in the past. It could be a totally different amount, and I don't know what it would be. But for one raffle ticket, it seems that they do a really good job at making it easy for even small wallets to get chances at winning some things, right? And I really do think that the team cares a lot about small wallets, and they try to make it easy. And so I can't imagine that it would be too many C-Jewel required to get at least a couple of raffle tickets and a chance to win a Gen0. Yeah. So let's see, back up here. Robin Hood says, can you show us how to deal with X-Jewel through Harmony? You've heard of this? Yes. So here's what you're going to want to do for X-Jewel. Let me just address this question before we go too far. And that is, I think the first thing that you're going to want to do, and you could do this at any time. I don't see any reason to wait. I mean, you could do this right now, and I don't see any reason to wait. Back to my spreadsheet. What I was getting at with my spreadsheet is, with your 18%, your tiny 18% APR that you're getting today for Jewel X Jewel, who cares about that, really? The price that you're getting per day is 0.98 crystal per day. For having 2,000 Jewel in the Jewel X Jewel pair, you're getting 0.98 crystal per day. How many days do you think it's going to be until C-Jewel comes out? 3? So you're talking about the price of 3 crystal you're going to lose. If you pull all your funds out from X Jewel today, and it takes them 3 days or even 5 days to come out with C-Jewel, you're talking about, oh no, I lost 5 crystal. Who cares? I have no concern about missing out on 5 crystal over the next 5 days, because I need to scrape every 0.1 crystal I can out of the Jewel X Jewel pair. Forget that. It's not worth the hassle. It's not worth the potential chaos that's going to come when everybody's bailing. So if you wanted to get out today, it's just a matter of coming down into your gardens and saying, I want to withdraw, right? So you'll come into your stuff, you'll do the withdraw. I know I clicked on the deposit one, but you'll come into here and you'll say, I want to withdraw, and you'll withdraw your liquidity balance from there, right? And then what you'll do after you withdraw your liquidity, you'll have a liquidity seed, which is the Jewel X Jewel pairing, and you'll want to come into the marketplace. And once you go into the Druid, you will see that you've got a Jewel X Jewel liquidity. You can manage it from here as well, and you can split those seeds if you want to, or I would recommend that you do that, right? So you're going to want to split the Jewel X Jewel pair, which is called a seed, into their individual tokens. And if I was to split this, I would get some crystal, I would get 5.57 crystal, and I would get 136 milkweed. Or when you're splitting your Jewel X Jewel, you'd get some amount of Jewel, you get some amount of X Jewel. So you'd want to split that. Once you split this, you are going to have some allotment of Jewel, which is fine to keep, right? So I've got 9,694 Jewel. You'll have some Jewel, but you will also have some X Jewel. And for me, I have got over here 201 X Jewel. So one of the reasons that I'm saving this over here is to kind of demonstrate this for y'all. What we could do at this point is I could try to trade this X Jewel for Jewel right here in Crystal Vale and try to get something back, right? I could trade the maximum amount. The thing that you want to be careful of is what's the ratio of X Jewel to Jewel that you're getting back. And I forget what numbers we're looking for right at the moment. I have that on my spreadsheet somewhere, and I guess I should look it up because more of y'all are going to be questioning this soon. But there's a certain ratio that's fine to trade on, and then there's going to be a ratio where you're getting less Jewel back than you should, And that's going to be problematic. And you're going to want to know what that exact number is. Like I said, I've got that somewhere. I'll dig it out a little bit later and we'll have it maybe for tomorrow's stream. But this is going to be the way that's probably going to get you hurt pretty bad if you are doing this closer to the time when C-Jewel is actually getting released, right? So what I and the dev team is suggesting that you do is you're going to come up here to bridge tokens and you're going to bridge that over to, from DeFi Kingdoms, you'll bridge your XJewel, your 201, over to Harmony blockchain, right? And once you approve that, and once you do all that, then you'll end up with 200 XJewel on the Harmony blockchain. And immediately, as soon as you do that, then it gets transferred over. Then when you come over to the Harmony blockchain, all of your XJewel is immediately seen in the jeweler here. And so if we click on jeweler, we would see our XJewel show up here, and then we can withdraw that amount. And when you withdraw that amount, then you will have jewel. And then you will take the jeweler from the Harmony blockchain that you have here out of the jeweler, and you'll go and bridge that jewel back over to jewel on the DeFi Kingdoms blockchain. The potential problem is that depending on how much money we're talking about, remember, there are bridge fees. So if you have 100 jewel that you're needing to transfer from Harmony over to the DeFi Kingdom chain, it's only going to cost you 0.05 jewel, which is a small amount of money. But if you've got more, or even more, or even more, so 10,000 is about what I have. So it's going to cost me 4 jewel to do the bridge in this one direction. That's substantial, right? If I had 100,000 jewel, now we're talking about 40 jewel for the bridge fee in one direction, right? So depending on how much money you have, you're going to need to consider, do you want to bridge XJewel from DeFi Kingdoms blockchain over to Harmony, take it out of the jeweler and bridge the jewel back over to DeFi Kingdoms? Because then you've got 2 bridge fees for that. Or do you want to go into the Crystal Veil trader and just trade directly for that? So in each of y'all's individual circumstances, you might want to double check the costs, because the bridge fees could eat you up a little bit more. For me, one of the things that I'm doing here is I already have this, where is it? I already have this 10,000 jewel already in XJewel in the Harmony blockchain over here on this account. And so for me, I'm just waiting. I'm not needing to bridge multiple times. I'm just going to remove it and bridge it that one time. But in this account that I have over here, if we go back to the DFK blockchain, in this particular case, I have not bridged the XJewel that I have here over to Harmony, because I don't want to be paying the bridge fees for this twice. So I've got 201 XJewel, which is not a lot. It's a small amount. And I don't want to spend the money to bridge it over one way and then back to the other. I'm also a little bit interested to see what the price is going to be a little bit later on. And I wonder if there's going to be a time period when it might make more sense to do it through the trader. I might be able to get a little bit more for it. Although as soon as Jeweler 2.0 comes out, I think this value or the exchange rate could really be very harmful, right? A couple things to consider there. Hopefully, Robinhood, was that enough explanation? I know I didn't actually do the transfers. But hopefully that was enough explanation that you could do it. And if not, then I could go through the full steps to show it. But I think that was a good enough description. Let's see. Sardo says, I pulled out of XJewel time ago and spread it to other Jewel paired pools. Is it going to be bad? Yes and no. So here's why I did not do that. So I am sitting, I had a choice. And let's just go ahead and say I was in Crystal BTC, I was in Crystal Avox, I was in Crystal USDC, and Crystal Ethereum, right? So I was in those 4 liquidity pools, and I sold them all out to Jewel, right? I split the seeds, and I sold the Crystal to Jewel, I sold the BTC, I sold the Ethereum, and all the different halves of the seeds into Jewel, and that left me with 11,000 Jewel, which I've spent some since then, right? And I had a choice to then put in some of this Jewel into another pair, but I decided not to do that specifically because I would rather have 10,000 Jewel ready here waiting, especially because I expected that Jewel price to rise. That Jewel price is going to be rising, I think, more and more as more people start to get prepared for Jeweler 2.0. And now it is so imminent, it is coming right now, that we've already seen a major rise in the price of Jewel. So some of y'all who haven't already prepared yourselves, you've already missed out on a huge rise, right? If we come over here and take a look at Jewel compared to Crystal as an example, I got out of here on October the 19th is when I sold all of my Crystal stuff for Jewel, right here on October the 19th, which was just lucky timing for me, right? And almost immediately after all that, on October the 21st, Jewel shoots up. I mean, we were at 15-cent Jewel, and then we shot up to 22-cent Jewel. That's a 25%, or actually even more than that. That's a 35, almost 40% rise. Yeah, actually, it's a 50% rise up to here. And of course, it didn't stay up there that long, but it's up there again now. So my Jewel that I've sold out of Crystal and BTC and all that stuff, I've made 50% gains in the last week because of that move out of Crystal, out of BTC, out of Avox, out of USDC. Have those other tokens gained 50% value in a week? I would say no. Has BTC gained 50% value in the week? No. Has Ethereum gained 50% value in the week? No. But Jewel has, right? So if I had $1,000 in here a week ago, I've got $1,500 in here today. So I'm glad I made that move, right? So when you ask, is it going to be bad? It was really good for my pocketbook to pull out then. At this point, I can't give financial advice, but I am so glad that I got out then and that I'm not having to worry about what the heck to do right now, because right at this very, very moment, with it having spiked up, I mean, look at what the price of Jewel has done just in the last couple of hours. Oh my goodness. I mean, I would be hating to have to buy a bunch of Jewel right now when the price, let's invert this pair again. If you're getting out of Crystal pairs into Jewel right now, then look at the price of Crystal compared to Jewel here in the last day. Crystal is tanking compared to Jewel in the last day, right? So you're getting less Jewel for your Crystal today than you did yesterday and the day before, right? So is it bad? I mean, it's not going to kill you. It's not going to be the end of the world. But you're certainly hurting your income chances, I think, right? If you're, and so Sardo, when we're saying if I put it into Jewel paired with something else, then you have to remember, what are you doing? Let's say you've got $1,000 and you're going to pair, or you're going to get into another liquidity pool. What do you expect to be gaining in 3 more days or 5 more days until C-Jewel comes out? And then what? You're going to pull out of the liquidity pool in 3 days to jump into C-Jewel? Is that what you're suggesting? Because I don't think that we want to be doing that either. For one, I think that y'all know that if you pull out of a liquidity pool too soon, then you're hit with penalties for that, right? I don't have a page up. Oh, no, that's not it either. I don't have a page up right at the moment. Do we need to look at DFK Gardens Medium post? Maybe I need to show that just to, or actually it's not Medium post, it's DFK Gardens docs. This one. And so let's take a look at, I think it's here. Let's just see if it is. Here it is. So if you put some money in to whatever pool that you want, and if you withdraw it in under 3 days, you're going to pay a 2% fee on that money. If you withdraw it under 5 days, you're going to pay a 1% fee. What do we think the likelihood of them coming out with Seed Jeweler in 5 days is going to be? I personally think it's pretty good odds. So that way, if you do put it into another pool and then you want to pull out, you're not going to be ready. I don't think. I wouldn't, if it was me, I wouldn't call myself ready if I put it into a pool here, or any pool, and then they come out with Seed Jeweler in 4 days, and then I'm like, oh man, I could pull it out now, but I'm going to pay a 1% fee on that. It seems much better to me just to hold off for a few days. We know it's coming, and to not be quite so greedy. That's just me personally, right? Y'all can do whatever you want. If you think it's going to be over 5 days, then that does drastically drop the fee of withdrawing from the liquidity pool down to 0.5. But again, my personal way to think of it is I don't need to be that greedy. The being first into C-Jewel is more important to me than $3 of rewards from 3 days or 5 days of liquidity pool APRs. Your rewards from Seed Jewel are going to be so much more that I don't think it matters for me. Right? So I don't want to get into another pair, especially right now. I didn't even want to get into another liquidity pair a week ago when I was somewhat contemplating how much longer it's going to be for Seed Jewel. Right? And so the other thing, besides a potential fee to pay, the other potential bad thing, if you want to call it a bad thing, is what does it mean to get paired in another liquidity pool with Jewel and something else? Let's say you got into Jewel and USD, or Jewel and Bitcoin, or Jewel and whatever else you're thinking of. Then what that means is 50% of your money has to go out of Jewel into some other token that's not going to be as valuable in 4 days as Jewel is, I think. And then in 4 days, you're going to think about selling that other token that you're half into, whether it's USD or Crystal or Bitcoin or whatever. You're going to be selling half of that, or you're going to be selling that half of the seed back into Jewel to get it in the Seed Jeweler. And what's the price of Seed Jewel, or what's the price of Jewel going to be like in 5 days, or the day that Jeweler 2.0 opens? We think that Crystal or Jewel is up right now pretty high. I can imagine on the day that Jeweler 2.0 opens, all these people that, quote, aren't prepared are going to be making mad dashes for converting all of their stuff to Jewel. Especially when we start recognizing how much value is in the airdrops. And as they said in the AMA today, the team said, weekly airdrops for Seed Jewel. Weekly airdrops for Seed Jewel holders. Boy, I'm gonna stuff as much Jewel as I possibly can into Seed Jewel just to see what we're going to be getting with those weekly airdrops and all the other prizes that they seem to be putting into Jewel. So I don't want to be on the opposite side of Jewel right now. I want all my money in Jewel. I want it waiting on the sideline. I'm happy that it's coming so soon. I'm not worried about it not gaining APR today and tomorrow and the next day, because the advantages of having it ready, to me, far outweigh the hassles and the struggles and the potential loss of profits from waiting 3 more days when this doubles again. And if this doubles again, then my Jewel, my 10,000 Jewel, is going to be worth twice as much in a few days as it is worth today. That would be 200% APR in a matter of a couple of, well, more than 200% APR. If your money doubles in a week, I don't know if Jewel will actually double in a week. I don't know if it'll go from 22 cents to 44 cents in a week. But, man, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's already risen quite a bit previously. All right. So hopefully that's answered a couple of more people's questions on that. I personally am just leaving it into Jewel. I'm not pairing it up with anything else. TuneFit says, watch how much is still on Harmony when he switches over. You can see it in the Druid. Yes, you can. There's still at least 5 million total lock volume on Harmony. Yep, we've already addressed that. Thanks, TuneFed, for tossing that in. Correct me if I'm wrong, Robinhood says, I thought X-Jewel is tied to the price of Jewel. Are you saying that to avoid the high withdrawal fees to pull out now while the pool is big? So, Robinhood, the price of X-Jewel is tied to Jewel, but only on Harmony's blockchain, where it's in Jeweler 1.0 on Harmony. Did you get that? I want to make sure that that's really understood. Right? Here on Crystal Veil, it's my understanding. Again, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I am 99% sure that one of the things that Bullen specifically said in a Discord conversation a couple of weeks ago now was that X-Jewel on the Crystal Veil, in Crystal Veil on the DFK blockchain, is just another token. It's not directly tied to the value of Jewel. Unlike in the Harmony blockchain, when you pull out of the Jeweler on Harmony, you're guaranteed that specific ratio of Jewel to X-Jewel. You're guaranteed that ratio of so many X-Jewel will get you so many Jewel if you pull that out of the Jeweler on Harmony. But that's not true if you exchange here. And we can easily see that is true right now today by coming over here and looking at trying to withdraw this amount of balance. Look here, that X-Jewel to Jewel ratio is 0.551446. If I add a couple more zeros, notice how this number changes, 0.5547. And if I add more zeros there, which maybe I can't do, you see that that number changes. And what that should tell you is, it looks like I only have 5 numbers here. Oops, only 4 numbers. It's still not quite that. Okay, so it does change a little bit. And the point that I want to make is that you're not getting an exact ratio of X-Jewel to Jewel. It depends on the amount of liquidity. And it depends on the, and of course you're also paying a liquidator fee, provider fee. So look at how much Jewel we're having to pay. We're having to, if we had, let's say we had 20,000 X-Jewel that we were trying to convert over, then you're going to have to be paying 60 X-Jewel to just do that conversion on top of whatever it is else you're making. So you're only getting back a certain amount of Joule, right? So those are some very interesting things to be considering right there when you are using the DEX for all this stuff, right? It could be a huge amount, price impact, liquidity provider fees, eating into your profits. Yeah, so the ratio is not set in stone here through the DEX, right? Let's see. Durevil says it'll be calculated in C-Joule, not in Joule, because the same amount of Joule can give you different amounts of C-Joule based on time. Yes, that is absolutely true when we're talking about the rewards for, or the possibilities of Gen0s for C-Joule. So what I'm thinking is, based on what I have seen from the dev team in how little amount of Joule it required, I'm talking months and months ago when they were doing Gen0s for the opening of Crystal Vale, right? When we were talking about Gen0s in Crystal Vale and winning those, how little Joule did it take in the jeweler and how little X Joule did it take to guarantee or to get one raffle ticket from the holding of X Joule that you had at that point, right? And so we don't know exactly the time locking fee. So that is something that Darrow Evil is mentioning here. The amount of time that you lock in with the amount of Joule that you lock in is going to be all determinant of that. But my thought is the team has always been very generous with helping small wallets get it. So I don't think it would take a lot of C-Joule. I think it's going to be obtainable by everyone to at least get a few tickets for the Gen0. Robinhood says X Joule is tied to Joule though. Not necessarily. Not in Crystal Vale, right? I think I've shown that here. Let's see. There is minimal impermanent loss to that pair. At this moment, there's minimum impermanent loss. That could be true because there is so much X Joule and Joule. But as everyone starts to, y'all know how impermanent loss works, right? When there's a pair of tokens like Joule and X Joule, and when people are dumping one side of the pair or so on and selling out from one to the other, then that could be a problem, right? And so here, if you've got a ton of people selling X Joule and nobody is buying X Joule anymore, and we're talking about a DEX, this is Crystal Vale's decentralized exchange. We're not talking about the jeweler in Harmony blockchain anymore. Make sure that you're paying attention to that distinction. Robin says, I'm confused on what someone would lose if staying in the X Joule pool. You wouldn't, I don't know if I would say you would lose anything. You would still have the same number of liquidity pool seeds. You're not gonna, those seeds that you have in the X Joule pool are not gonna vanish, right? You can always withdraw them. I don't know, I haven't heard about anyone saying that the seeds are ever going to not be redeemable, or not that you couldn't ever split the seeds. So you're always, it's my understanding that you should always be able to withdraw your X Joule pool. Keep in mind that continuing to have something in the X Joule pool is going to get you 0 APR. So why would you do that? 0 APR. You're just wasting your money sitting there doing nothing. So almost everyone is going to be selling out of that. And so the potential loss comes in when everyone is dumping X Joule on the DEX. Keep in mind that we're talking about the DEX. It's different than the jeweler on Harmony, where you're guaranteed that ratio. Here on this DEX, you're not guaranteed the ratio, right? It's a big, massively huge difference. Duril says, not because the price movement, but because you would have to convert that X Joule to Joule. Exactly correct. You're going to have to convert X Joule to Joule, and on a DEX, there's no consistent locked amount, right? Everyone's dumping X Joule. Bullen has said that X Joule is just another token in Crystal Vale, right? We could bridge, and there could be congestion on the bridge. Yeah, just like there was early stages of Jeweler 2.0. I could see a lot of congestion on the bridge as well. You could trade it for associated fees, goes higher. Crypto Grady in the house. Welcome on in, Crypto Grady. I'm a little bit behind. Bravo Slabs. Welcome on in as well. Let me catch up in chat. I'm just about caught up, it looks like. I've been so behind. This has been a massively interesting topic. Let's see, Robin says, why have it on the Harmony blockchain instead of the DFK blockchain? It's confusing. So, again, you asked that on 3:54, so it was like 20 minutes ago. I might have already answered the question, but let me go ahead and clarify again. I think it's already been asked or answered. But again, when you withdraw from the jeweler on Harmony blockchain, you are guaranteed to get the ratio out, right? So let me show that even more. I mean, if you really want to look at it much more closely, let's go ahead and go over to this other account. And let's go to the Harmony blockchain, Harmony mainnet. And over here, we can see that guaranteed, when I look at my jeweler here and I see that I've got 5,800 X Joule, I am 100% guaranteed that every one of these X Joule is going to give me 1.823 Joule back. Guaranteed, 100%. And this is where, when y'all are talking about the value of Joule is tied to X Joule, yes, here in the jeweler on Harmony, it is absolutely locked in to this ratio. Guaranteed, 100%. You don't need to worry about that. But only here, not anywhere else. There's no guarantee on the Crystal Veil that X Joule in Crystal Veil is going to get you 1.823 Joule on the DEX. Guys, it's not going to get you the same thing. It's not guaranteed. We can easily see that by coming over here to the DEX screener, and you can look at that, which we did just a minute ago, right? X Joule to Joule on Crystal Veil. Joule compared to X Joule on Crystal Veil changes in value, right? Sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. It is different, guys. It's different. It's not a linear, locked, straight value all the way through on the DEX in Crystal Veil. You're thinking about two different things, guys. Here in the jeweler on Harmony, you are guaranteed to get the ratio. Yes. Right? Hopefully, I've made it clear at this point. It's two different things. Robin Hood says, thanks for the clarification. This makes sense. Yes, absolutely. Now, to hit it home even more, so now that it makes sense that the DEX on Crystal Veil, Joule and X Joule, is different. It's not a linear ratio. Now, what you have to remember is what happens, or what do you think is going to happen when everyone is dumping X Joule on the DEX in Crystal Veil? A moment of pause here on purpose for dramatization. I do not want anyone to get wrecked. I cannot guarantee, again, not financial advice, I don't know what's going to happen, but I will speculate. Let me just toss out something. If you have got a ton of tulips that suddenly go out on the market, or that have been on the market, and tulips are selling for $10 a tulip, and everyone's fanatic about buying these tulips. Oh no, I want to buy all these tulips. I can resell this tulip for $12 the next day. And then tulips go up to $15 the next day. And oh no, I'm going to buy more tulips, and I'm going to sell those tulips for $20 the next day. And so everyone's buying all these tulips for $15 and $17 and $20, and the value of tulips are just skyrocketing out the roof because everyone's realizing they can buy and sell them and buy them and sell them, and the value just keeps going up day after day after day, right? And then suddenly people say, you know what? I'm just going to grow some tulips, and I'm going to start selling tulips for $1. And then these tulip gardeners are growing a ton of tulips and they're selling their tulips for $1. And then everyone that bought tulips for $20 is now trying to sell theirs for what? $20? There's a flood of tulips on the market. Nobody cares to buy tulips anymore. We're just going to all grow our own. So what happens to the value there? If y'all didn't get the analogy, what happens when everyone is trying to dump XJewel and nobody wants to buy XJewel because XJewel isn't going to give you anything anymore? It's CJewel that we want. It's Jewel specifically that you're going to put into Jeweler 2.0 to get CJewel. Jewel gives you CJewel. XJewel is totally out of the picture. Why are you going to want to hold XJewel? There will be no reason. XJewel is not going to be in a liquidity pool. XJeweler is not going to be in the jeweler. There's no use for XJewel at all. None. Get out. Right? Yeah, not financial advice. I'm out. I'm out of XJewel. I have nothing in XJewel except in Harmony, where I'm guaranteed that ratio. I'm fine with that. That's what the devs, that's what Bolin, that's what Hubert have said specifically that's going to be okay. They have said that the only safe place for XJewel is pulling your XJewel out of the jeweler on Harmony. That's the only safe place for XJewel. That's what I've been told from Bolin. Right? And here Crypto Grady says, right, get out of Jewel. I got out a month ago. Exactly. Guys, I've been out for weeks now as well. I've been out of my XJewel jewel pool for probably about a month or two also. And I got out of my other pools, my Crystal BTC, my Crystal USDC, my Crystal Avox. I got out of those on the 19th of October. Of course, those aren't dealing with XJewel. But I got out of XJewel a while back. And if y'all are not out of XJewel yet, oh man, guys. Okay? This is going to be painful for some people. Nobody's going to want XJewel. If you've got a ton of XJewel right now, what you should probably do is you should check the market right now to see, can you convert on Crystal Veil? Can you convert your XJewel to Jewel without getting hammered today, right now? That's what I would do, right? Let's do that as a group, right? We're here learning. Let me catch up in chat, and then I'll show on a spreadsheet what's going on here. So let me catch up in chat just to make sure. But what we want to do in a few minutes is we're going to catch up on a spreadsheet, and we're going to see what the ratio is if y'all were to sell your XJewel for Jewel today, right now, in the trader. And we're going to try to calculate if that makes sense to do, or if it's already too late to do it. Right? And if it's already too late to do it, if it's already too late to sell your XJewel for Jewel in the trader, then what you want to compare that to is the price, including bridge fees, both directions, for sending that XJewel over to the Harmony jeweler, and then just pulling it out of the jeweler, like Bolin and Hubert said months ago. They said that's what they would recommend months ago. Right? And so I'm prepared to, and that's what I'm prepared for. That's what I'm set for. And if some other people are not prepared for that, there still could be time. We're just going to have to see a little bit more of what's better. So let me catch up in chat, and then we'll get on to this. So, why is there a need to hold XJewel on Harmony versus DFK? I think I already answered that. Let's see what else. If you expect Jewel to pump, will you also sell some locked in profit? If I expect Jewel to pump, will I sell some to lock in profits? Oh my goodness, Worm, that is a good question. I'm going to say no. If other people want to sell because Jewel pumps, then I could see that possibly being a good play. Some people might want to do that. For me, I have a feeling that holding Jewel in the jeweler and getting C Jewel rewards is probably going to be the better play. I think that's the better play. I think that for a while, Jewel will continue to pump. And yes, if it pumps really super high, oh man, maybe if it goes up, maybe if it doubles in price in the next couple of days, I might sell some, wait for it to pull back, buy more, and then let that double in price again, right? I might sell 25% if Jewel doubles in price in the next couple of days. It's possible I could sell 25%, wait for a dip, and then buy back in lower, buy more in lower. But ultimately, I want that more Jewel. I would be buying in lower so I could have more at a lower price when it does a small pullback. I don't think that I would want to sell more than 25% because I'm not extremely confident that a dip will stay down, like that it would go down very far or that it would stay down very long. Right? Bravos Lab says, so Rock, BTC is back to 21K, but Crystal does not seem to go up. Any thoughts on that? Well, of course, Crystal's not going up. Everyone's dumping Crystal and they're getting into Jewel, preparing for Jeweler 2.0. Crystal's going to take a dump. And that's exactly why I sold out of all my liquidity pools with Crystal. I sold them. I sold Crystal BTC. I sold Crystal Avox. I sold out of all that Crystal stuff just because I was expecting Jewel to pump and everyone's getting out of their Jewel, or everyone's getting out of their Crystal, and I thought Crystal would take a dump. So yeah, of course we would expect that. Let's see. Grady says, good that you're covering that. Absolutely right. Grady also says, hope this helps those who end up getting stuck with X Jewel holdings in the bag. Man, I hope that we don't have a lot of people stuck with X Jewel. I think that that's going to be not particularly very good. TuneFed again saying it's not guaranteed on Crystal Veil. X Crystal was the guaranteed rate. Yes, that is absolutely true. X Jewel is guaranteed on the Harmony blockchain. X Crystal is guaranteed on the Crystal Veil blockchain. Those ratios are locked in, guaranteed. Exactly right. TuneFed has it on the nose. Ratio in the Jeweler and the coin there, which is going away with Jeweler 2.0. That is correct. So X Jewel, of course, X Crystal is also going away, right? Keep that in mind. X Crystal is also going away. So what are you going to do with that? I would get rid, or let me not make a suggestion because I don't want to be giving financial advice. I am getting rid of all of my X Crystal and most of my normal Crystal right now, because Crystal I expect is going to tank even more. My expectation as C Jeweler comes out, we're all going to ape into that quite a bit. Then it might be time to sell a little bit if we all ape into it too much, but ultimately get back into Jewel. And then, of course, we will need some Crystal to play the game. So keep that in mind. I'm not selling all of my Crystal. We will need Crystal to do summons. We will need Crystal to do other stuff and buy heroes and all this. So Crystal isn't going to tank to 0, of course, right? But I do think it's going to go down a little bit as the hype of C Jeweler comes out. And then as soon as the Jeweler 2.0 opens, I am going to get out of X Jewel altogether, pull it out of the Harmony Jeweler, bridge it back over to Crystal Veil as Jewel, and plug all of that tens of thousands of Jewel into the Jeweler 2.0. That's my plan. Let's see. Will be 5 X Jewel to 1 Jewel. It could be. It could be 5 X Jewel will get you 1 Jewel when it comes down to it. People could be getting wrecked with that if you're doing it through the Crystal Veil trader. Let's see. So why bridge Harmony altogether if X Jewel is out? Why bridge to Harmony? Because it's possible that your X Jewel, now again, I don't know what the ratio is today. Like if you tried to sell 100 X Jewel today right now on Crystal Veil, how much Jewel would you get? And that we're going to check out on a spreadsheet in just a little bit. Today, it might not be that big of a deal. You might get a really good ratio if you do it today, right? But coming around when C Jeweler comes out and everyone's dumping X Jewel, that's the time that I think it's going to be scary. And if the ratio is way out of whack, if you are going to be spending like, who was it, Romario Raven, if it comes out to be that you're going to take 5 X Jewel to just get 1 Jewel through the Crystal Veil Trader, that you're getting wrecked there. And so that would be the reason to bridge that X Jewel over to Harmony and then pull it out properly from the jeweler on the Harmony blockchain. And that way you're guaranteed to get that ratio. Right? Let's see. Oops, got a bunch of people here in chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully still, I think Mr. Raffle, did you say the bridge fees were high? The bridge fees are a bit high. We could take a look at that right now. If I go to the bridge, and it depends on how much you have, right? If we bridge tokens, and we looked at this a minute ago, if I'm trying to bridge 100,000 Jewel over, then it's going to be a 40 Jewel bridge fee in this one direction, in the one direction. And if you're trying to bridge X Jewel from Crystal Veil over to Harmony first, you're going to pay a bridge fee in that direction. You're going to take your money out of the Harmony's jeweler, and then you're going to have to bridge that jewel back to Crystal Veil. So you're going to have a bridge fee in both directions. If you have X Jewel sitting in Crystal Veil right now. All right? So be careful and do your math, check the values, because I can't tell you based on how much money you have or how much value you have in X Jewel, I can't tell you right at this moment if the numbers are better for you just to trade X Jewel into Jewel on Crystal Veil and not do any of the bridging. And I can't tell you if it's going to be better to do the bridging, right? The amounts are going to be different, and I haven't done the math. We'll look at the spreadsheet in just a minute. Sergeant is here in chat with us. Rock808, can I nickname you the Professor? You're so good at breaking things down. Sure, Professor, absolutely. Although I don't really think I'm that smart. I might catch on to a few things, and there are times when I think I notice something that maybe some other people didn't notice. But in general, I think there's a lot of other people out there that are much smarter than me. And I'm really happy that y'all are all here in chat and you're giving feedback and input, because I think it takes the community to break things down. I've learned a whole lot from y'all as well. Let's see. Umar says, I'm going to take out my 3 million, X Jewel out tomorrow. You know, if you've got that much stuff, if you've got Jewel X Jewel in the liquidity pool, man, I would not wait too long to do that. Yeah. Daryl Evil says, here's a thought. If people dump X Jewel a lot in Crystal Veil and you are in the X Jewel Jewel pair, so theoretically you would get less Jewel and more X Jewel. And with that, more X Jewel, right? Yes, you absolutely would, Daryl Evil. So that's another major thing. If you're in the liquidity pool with Jewel and X Jewel, remember, if people are dumping something, and if they're dumping X Jewel, that means that when you pull out of the liquidity pool pair, you get more of the one that's being dumped, right? We can easily see that. And I know that Grady will be right on this with me as well. And several of y'all that were following Grady's stuff will be able to easily follow along with what we're saying here. When I come back into the marketplace and I go into the Druid and we look at something like Crystal and Milkweed or Crystal and Lantern Eye, and we look at those things and we can see that I've got 0.43 Crystal in this pool, and I've got 237 Lantern Eye, right? So what happens if everyone is dumping Lantern Eye? if everyone's trying to dump out of that, then to have a 50% balance, it means you're going to end up with more crystal. So again, if we look at the Joule X Joule pool, and if everyone's dumping out of X Joule, then in that pool, you're going to pull out more X Joule. And of course, X Joule is going to be then harder and worth less there, and it's going to be harder to transfer. So I think the longer you stay in that X Joule pool, the more wrecked you're going to be. That's a really, really good point, Darrow Evil. The longer you stay into the Joule X Joule, the more wrecked you're going to be holding even more X Joule tomorrow than you were today, or 3 days from now, right? So yeah, really good point with that. So if you bridge that X Joule back to Harmony and convert it to Joule, will you not get more Joule? Well, the problem is, Darrow Evil, that's a good point to consider also, but the problem is that your bridge fees are going to be massive, right? So let's come over here and let's bridge token. So let's say that you're bridging X Joule. Ultimately, what it would be better to have, I think it would be better to get out of your liquidity pool now, and that way you have more Joule that can stay in Crystal Veil, and you don't need to worry about it. You'll have a higher amount of Joule as compared to X Joule, and you won't need to worry about it. It's already in Joule, it's already in Crystal Veil, you're done. That part's done. And then you only need to worry about the smaller amount of X Joule, right? But let's say that you're trying to bridge over 100,000 X Joule. That's going to cost you 40 X Joule to bridge that over, right? Or even if you've only got 10,000 X Joule, it's going to cost you 4 X Joule. So the amount of X Joule that you have, and so the more X Joule that you're trying to bridge over, the higher your bridge fees for going. Whereas the Joule side of it, in the Joule X Joule split, the Joule side of it does not need to get bridged. You don't need to pay that extra money. So if you have a larger amount of Joule that just immediately goes into your wallet and can sit there, and a smaller amount of X Joule, that means that you're going to have smaller bridge fees if you're even going to bridge. And maybe with a smaller amount of X Joule, it's not going to be as price impactful coming to the trader. So if we go over to the marketplace as an example and into the trader, and if you were just trying to trade a small amount of X Joule into Joule, as many of y'all probably would, right? If we're just trying to trade in 100 X Joule, then we have a really good ratio, or a better ratio here, which is still not as good as pulling it out of the jeweler on Harmony, but it's probably better to do this here in the trader now today, and you're not getting quite as good as the ratio, but you're not having to pay the bridge fees. So a smaller amount, doing it today before the mass hysteria comes in, is probably going to be better. But as we start adding zeros to this, the number changes, not by a lot, but by a little bit. And so the more X Joule you're having to trade in the trader, the less value that you're getting back from that, right? It doesn't change a lot, but it's changing a little. So I'd be a little concerned about that. Notice here that if I was trading in 100 X Crystal, notice that the ratio here, I'm only getting back 181, and I'm not getting back 183, right? So I'm losing a little bit just by using the DEX here. Then you get a ton more X Joule, and you have to bridge the more X Joule, right? But you've got to bridge the more X Joule, which is going to cost you more to bridge, and it's going to also cost you more when you're bridging more Joule from Harmony back over to Crystal Veil. The more value of tokens that you're bridging over, the higher the expense for bridge. So you want to keep that number small. You don't want to be bridging high numbers of tokens, right? Crystal is up 30 cents just here recently. That is crazy, isn't it? If we're looking at the DEX here, Crystal, Jewel here is really pumping also. Jewel and Crystal are both doing pretty good. Not sure the total amount, but would be more than the initial amount though. So again, you've got to do your math to see what the bridge fees are going to be and what the loss is going to be through the DEX. And again, you're also paying liquidity provider fees, and the more that you're paying or the more that you're trading, the higher those liquidity value fees are going to be. 30 X Jewel to just do that trade right there. All right. Did the team already declare the date of Serendale 2.0 release? No, they have not. They just said Q4, which we're in Q4. I'm going to suspect that it's coming up in December. I think December is a good time frame for Serendale 2.0. Let's see. Now, for each X Jewel, you get 1.81 Jewel in the marketplace. That is true. Yeah, you got to keep track of that ratio right there. 40 Jewel fee is no big deal. For 100,000, it is small. It's a small percentage. That is true if you're doing 10,000 X Jewel. Yep, small percentage. But it is going to be, again, you got to work out what those percentages are. The more you're transferring, the bigger the fees are going to be. Just be careful with that. Do your math, guys. Sardo says, does a Gen0 beat an equivalent liquidity pool investment? Probably so. In other words, I think, Sardo, what you're suggesting here is rather than putting into a liquidity pool, like if you got 10,000, if you got, let's say you have $15,000 or even 10,000, would it be better to buy a Gen0 with the $10,000 today, or would it be better to put it in a liquidity pool? Here's what I would say, Sardo. That's a really good point. I would say, let's take a look at the spreadsheet again. If you've got, let's say you bought 100,000 or even a million, say you bought a million Jewel. And what's your APR? If your APR is only 18%, then every day you'd be gaining about 500 crystal per day, right? So how much can we buy a Gen0 for? Maybe 15,000 crystal, right? 15,000 crystal. And if we're getting 500 a day, that means that within 30 days, you'd be able to buy that Gen0 just from the reward pool here, right? So that's pretty close. Now, most of our APRs are more than 18% though, right? So if we start taking a look at something that's 50% APRs, and we're getting 1,500 APR per day, then you're talking about being able to buy a Gen0 in 10 days. But we're talking about a huge amount of Jewel. Most people might not have that much, so let's say that you only put in 1,000 Jewel. So if you only put in 1,000 Jewel with 50% APR, but then the whole thing has changed because you're talking about not having that, or tell you what, let's just say 15,000 Jewel, which is the price of a Gen0 itself. So if we got 15,000 Jewel, and we could say we could use that to buy a Gen0, or we could put that in a liquidity pool, and if you're gaining 20 crystal per day equals 15,000 divided by 20 per day, it's going to take you 750 days to gain that back. That's probably a more accurate thing than putting in a million, because if you're putting in a million, you're just buying a bunch of Gen0s. So for 15,000 Jewel, you're gaining 20 crystal per day, take you 750 days to get that amount for the Gen0. So here's what I would say then. I would say it probably could be better to buy the Gen0 directly, or I'm sorry, to not put it into a liquidity pool, but to try to get that Gen0 and then do something with the Gen0, because 750 days to make it back is going to take a long time. If we looked at 99% APRs, then of course it would be twice as fast. You could make that back in about a year, I guess. All right. Let's see. Romario Raven says 3 months ago was 1.82 Joule for 1x Joule. Not much difference if you change now. That's right. Let's see. 0.04 is 0.004%, right? Yes, that should be. Another problem, Crypto Grady says, see, another problem I could see that liquidity runs low on that bridge, but I think the team would step in and help out that scenario. If you're bridging from Harmony blockchain, and because the team has said absolutely that those funds are there and that's the proper way to do it, then yes, I don't think that we'll have a problem with running low on that right there. But if we do, I would agree with you, Grady, that the team would step in and make everyone whole and correct on that, even if they had to finagle things a little bit. I think C-Joule is just around the corner. I do too. We talked about this a little bit earlier. I pulled up a little paper, and we were looking at some of the things on the that were talked about in the AMA today, and really very interesting, cool things. We were speculating on the release of when C-Jeweler was out. Robinhood, I'm not sure if you were in on that. When you say right around the corner, I think it could be as early as possibly this weekend, but much more likely Monday. We could see Jeweler come out. There was even somebody who mentioned that it could be out even today, this evening. It's possible that that could be true. I personally think they need a couple more days to try it out. I also don't know if they really do a lot of work on the weekends or not. Maybe they do. Grady, you might know from your interview with Frisky Fox. Do you remember how much he said he's working? Is he working like 7 days a week on stuff? Was that your impression? Or do you think he takes off on the weekends to do things? I know that when I am involved in a project of my own that I love, it's a passion project, I work through the weekends, the weekdays, work 18 hours a day. If there's a project I love. And so I could absolutely see that some of the dev team might be putting in those super long hours, but I would certainly not expect them to by any means. Grady said, yes, Beetledude is 7 days a week. Yeah, that kind of thing does not surprise me at all. If you're passionate about a project, you will put in that extra time, even though I don't think any of us ever expect them to do that. Yeah. Let's see. The lesson is, don't be the last guy holding the bag, Sergeant says. I would agree with that. And that's why I'm moved out of everything right now. We're all into Joule. The only X-Joule that I have is sitting on Harmony, which the team has said that's the way to do it. And since the team has said that's the way to do it, I have faith that if there are any complications, the team will make everyone whole and just fine. Let's see. Yeah, Darrow Evil says also, yeah, I think the team might step in and pair the marketplace if asked for that kind of thing. Yeah, I do agree. Especially since Bullen specifically has said that the proper way to do X-Joule is pulling it from the jeweler on the Harmony blockchain over there. Then because that was the official way to do it, then of course they're going to make sure everyone is proper with that. This explanation is much needed, Robinhood says. The part where you said Bullen explained the difference between X-Joule on Crystal Veil and SD made it clear. Absolutely right. Yeah. I think that's a very important part of the whole thing there too. Yeah, Bullen made that really, really clear in my conversation with him. And yeah, at that point, it just was clear in my mind as well. Yeah. Sergeant says, it would make a great Chaos Cast announcement. C-Joule. Yeah, if they stream tonight. Oh, wow. Sergeant, I didn't even think about that. But Chaos Cast is streaming tonight. That is true. That would be a major drop announcement. Maybe they just needed a couple more hours to get everything set up. Maybe it's even set up now. It's possible. I don't think so. I still think that they need a couple more days. And that could be Monday, is my thinking. But that would be so fun. And possible. It is possible if they could announce that on the Chaos Cast tonight. That would be crazy. And going right along with Chaos, that would be amazing. Grady also says, Frisky is always working too. Absolutely right. They work 28/7, right? Exactly. All right. Hey, dude, I am caught up with chat. Believe it or not, I'm reading the last chat message right now. Yeah, if the bridge is low liquidity, the team steps in and provides liquidity. I think that's absolutely true. I can't imagine that there's going to be low liquidity on the bridge for this, just because the way it sounds like the jeweler is set up on Harmony is that that ratio is indeed locked in some way that guarantees, like it's kind of like US dollars backed with gold back way in the day when there actually was gold in the bank and you could go and redeem your banknotes and get so many ounces of gold. I'm pretty sure that that's the same way that Jewel and X-Jewel work, is that when Jewel is put into the jeweler and you get a certain amount of X-Jewel, that jewel that was into the bank, that goes into the jeweler or the bank, is there set and nothing else is done with it. So when you go to, and as the pool fund rises, they are assigning certain amounts of jewel from the fees into this certain wallet that's holding all of that jewel. So when you withdraw from the jeweler a certain amount of X-Jewel, that jewel that we're getting from the ratio is absolutely guaranteed and backed up with an absolute hard number of jewel that's sitting in the wallet for the rewards. All right, and as long as that's true, I don't think there's any need for liquidity. Right, the wallet has enough jewel to support everyone withdrawing their X jewel from the Serendale jeweler. Yeah. Let's see. Sergeant says, homework assignment for everyone. Like this video. Hey, Sergeant, thanks. Yes. Always appreciate the likes on these videos. YouTube, of course, is very strict. Not strict, but YouTube definitely pays attention to algorithms and engagement on videos and stuff like that. Well, I'm talking about the bridge with snap. Oh, the bridge with snaps has to be liquidity on the bridge. Yeah, that is true. If you're talking about the bridge, then that's not going to be X jewel. That's going to be jewel, right? So there has to be enough jewel on the bridge to bridge over, because once unless you're talking about bridging X jewel from Crystal Vale over to Serendale, over to Harmony blockchain. And if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, I haven't given that a lot of thought. That might. Is there any way to earn X jewel on Crystal Vale? Is there any way to gain X jewel on Crystal Vale? Or is the only way to get X jewel on Crystal Vale is it to bridge it over? I think the only way to get X jewel on Crystal Vale is to bridge it from Serendale. That means that all of the X jewel on Crystal Vale should be available to bridge back over. But yeah, Brady's saying, yeah, I just don't trust a Harmony blockchain. Yeah, that could be part of the issue there. Absolutely. But yes, I don't even know if we need to discuss this too much more, because I think all of y'all are correct in saying that it doesn't really matter if there's enough liquidity or not. The dev team will step in and take care of any liquidity issues with XJewel for this. So yeah, I don't think we have to trust Harmony at all. Which is really good. If there is problems, but this is another reason why I got out early, because I didn't want to run into any potential problems. So imagine a situation where everyone is getting out of XJewel and everyone's selling off their XJewel and everyone's trying to bridge XJewel back over to Harmony and do all this other kind of stuff. And suddenly there's liquidity problems or there's other type of problems. And the dev team steps in and says, don't worry, we're going to take care of all this. But let's say that it still takes a day or two to, quote, take care of it, right? And then you're potentially missing out on something. I would say, yeah, too much headache. I would say take care of it early. Take care of it now. I took care of it a month ago, right? Don't open yourself up to those headaches. There isn't any need, guys. Just get it done early. Why are you trying to squeak out an extra $3 from something and give yourself that much of a headache? Or be the last one, you know, trying to get your money through a bridge that might be having some problems or something like that. Yeah. And then Daryl Evil says, expect delays with the bridge. Yeah, and again, another reason, dude, why not just do it today, right now, and just get it over with? Again, I don't want to be giving financial advice. I'm just asking y'all to question your own motives there a little bit. You know, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to squeeze blood from a turnip, water from a turnip? Get that last little bit. I think that's being a little, I personally would consider, if I was doing that I'd be a little too greedy and just set myself up for a headache. Sergeant says, because we're degens and we'll jump through hoops for that $3. I have no doubt in my mind, Sergeant, that there are several people out there that will do that kind of thing, including myself, right? So there are times when it's amazing what I will do for 50 cents. It's crazy. Imagine waking up, setting an alarm to wake yourself up at 3 a.m. so you can quest a couple of heroes to make 50 cents. Or actually, if you're just questing the amount of heroes that I had, I was making about 3 cents. And I had an alarm set to wake myself up at 3 a.m. so I could quest a hero and make an additional 3 cents. Right. So, yeah, I hear you about the crazy things that some of us will do for these small amounts of money. Yeah. Okay, guys. So, Sea Jeweler, what do y'all think? You think it's going to be next Friday? Do you think it's going to be next Monday? Let's look at a calendar here real quick. So today is the 4th. It's a Friday. Oh, by the way, Saturday we're giving away some prizes tomorrow. Either a Gen 1 newly summoned. I've got a Berserker Seer pair, Gen 0's Berserker Seer. We're going to be possibly giving away the Gen 1 Summons, or possibly Blue Egg or Gray Egg or something. That'll be Saturday at about 5:30 p.m. my time, U.S. Central Time. So you don't want to miss tomorrow's stream, about 5:30 p.m. And then on Wednesday, on the 2nd, the note in the DeFi Kingdoms Discord said, in a few days, we're going to be ready to test Sea Jeweler. Right? Which means, like today, they're probably ready to test Sea Jeweler, or maybe Saturday or Sunday or something. How long do you think they're going to need to test that? Maybe a day or 2 days, possibly, to actually do the tests? I can't imagine that it would take any more than a day or two to run some tests. All right? Yeah, especially if it's highest on their priority list. So I'm thinking that they're testing today, and I'm thinking that they might need a couple of days to test. And so I'm thinking Monday on the 7th is when we're going to have the release of Jeweler 2.0. Somebody has speculated that in tonight's Chaos Cast could be a cool time. And I agree, that would be an amazing time, and it would be surprise. And I think that some things that were mentioned in the text chat during today's AMA indicated that it is very, very soon. Possibly, I'm not going to say that there's no way it could be today. Could be, but I doubt it. How many of y'all think today it's going to be released during the Chaos Cast? How many of y'all think it'll be released this weekend on the 5th or 6th? How many of you think it's going to be on the 7th? In fact, let's do I can't do a poll here. Maybe we could do a poll. Straw poll? Straw poll. Maker. Strawpoll.com. Create your poll in seconds. Create a poll. And win C Jewel. Multiple choice. Option 1. Today, November the 4th. This weekend, November 5th through 6th. Monday, November the 7th. What other dates are we going to say? How about the 9th next Wednesday and the 11th next Friday? Wednesday, November 9th, or Friday, November 11th. Let's see, allow multiple options? No. Require participants' names? No. One vote per IP address? Sure. Create the poll. All right, so here you go, guys. I'm going to drop this poll into the chat room. Oops. Drop this poll into the chat room. Y'all tell me, when do you think we're going to get C Jewel? There is the URL for your voting. Let's see. Robin Hood says, Crypto Gradient Rock, save me from heartache. Absolutely. I'm glad that we can help out. Absolutely. How long do you plan to lock up the jewel for? Sergeant asks. Oh, Sergeant Filthy McNasty. That is a good question. I would love to have multiple options of time frames and amounts. I'm going to say that I think I'm going to have to do multi-wallet. I know that the team would prefer to not have that, but I don't know what to expect with what we're going to get from the Jewel rewards. So I have to say, unfortunately, that I think I'm going to have to do some amount, and I haven't really decided how much yet, but I'm going to do some amount at 3 years just because I want to support a 3-year term for those funds. So some amount I want to be 3 years. Some amount I might do at 1 year, or maybe 6 months, 9, or 12 months, somewhere right around in there. And then probably a larger amount I'm going to do for a couple of, like 2 weeks, 2 to 4 weeks. And the reason that I think I'm going to need to do some at 2 to 4 weeks is because just like Dark Summoning, we expected to be super good, and we had all this expectation for it. And even though Dark Summoning is good, I'm glad we have Dark Summoning. I do think that there's an important part of Dark Summoning in the ecosphere. It's not what many of us expected, to the point where we might be pulling back a little bit, right? And so I'm a little weary of aping in to C Jewel before we really see what it's about. Now that a lot of us have seen what dark summoning is, and now that we've had another AMA go by where more information is talked about for dark summoning, I think now is the time where we should be making good decisions on dark summoning, but not a week ago. And I think the same thing we should be doing with Seedual. I don't want to ape into Seedual before I know a little bit more about it. All right. So, how long do you plan to lock stuff up? Some Jewel, I'm going to lock for 3 years. I guarantee. I'm going to lock some on day one. I'm going to lock it for 3 years. How much? I don't know. But part of me wants to lock something for 3 years. And then some of it, I want to see what the value is. So we're going to have a shorter time period where I could always extend that time period later. Got to keep in mind, you can always add more time and add more funds to something that you've started, but you can't take it out until that time period is up. So I'm much more ready to put in smaller amounts for shorter times on day one. And then if I want to, if everything looks good, if things are rosy, then we can extend out the time and extend out the amounts. Yeah. Let's see. TuneFed says, release tonight, late, chaos, full send. Oh man, send everything to Seedual. For 3 years, send it all. That's not financial advice, I'm joking. Of course, if you want to do that, go for it. That definitely would be the degen move, is send all your funds to Seedual for 3 years. But man, that would be a beast of rewards and potentials if you do. Every 8-hour alarms. Oh yeah, on that stuff. 3 years, baby, Robinhood says. Probably portions at this time. Yeah. Zelf says, I just jumped in on the bandwagon, just broke my Jewel X Jewel LP and sent it to Harmony. I think, again, I can't give financial advice. I can't help but think that's probably a good move. All right, I'm going to vote. I think y'all might have voted already. I'm going to vote for Monday. That is my vote. And let's go. Your vote's successful. Show the results. So that's what we've got. Oh my goodness. We've got 3 votes, or 37% say Friday, November the 11th. That's interesting. So that's a little while back. One person saying today in the Chaos Cast. I think that's cool. That's a degen vote right there. I think that is, wouldn't it be exciting if we got it today in the Chaos Cast? I absolutely see that could happen. I don't think it will, but I can see that could indeed happen. Right? Friday, November the 11th has 3 votes. Wednesday, November 9th also, and Monday also has 3 votes. So I guess some votes just jumped in there fairly recently. But 4 votes for Monday, the 7th. 3 votes for here. Yeah. So I dropped the link into chat if y'all want to get in on this vote. Some people do think that today on the Chaos Cast, it's going on. And Sergeant, go ahead and fill me in again. What time is that? In fact, let me go ahead and look at this. In fact, I'm looking at Sergeant Filthy McNasty's tweet here. Dear friends, putting together Halloween contest prizes. It's still going on today. And so it was at, this said 6 p.m., but I think it's going to be later. Isn't that right? I think they've changed the time on that. Let me come back over to announcements. Romario Raven says no way for 3 years. Can you imagine putting $5 million away for 3 years into DeFi Kingdoms Seedual? $5 million US worth of value into DeFi Kingdoms Seedual for 3-year lock period. Dang. Let's see. Sergeant has an answer. Yeah, we are running through midnight. Oh my goodness, through midnight? Oh, wow. Let's see. But when? When are you doing those streams? When does it start? Let's see. Chaos Cast, please prepare for November 2nd. Move to November the 4th at 9 p.m. Eastern or 8 p.m. Central my time. Okay, so in about a little less than 3 hours, right? A little less than 3 hours that's going to be starting. Okay. Very good. Very good to know. I will try to catch that. I think that's going to be super fun. Like I said, I really do not think we're going to get C-Jewel tonight, but part of me wants to just have that dumped and surprised and just be totally outrageous. I think that would be awesome if we did get it tonight. Otherwise, a lot of people seem to think it's next Friday or next Wednesday. Wednesday because of the release cycle, Friday because sometimes they've dropped things on Fridays. I don't think it's going to be Friday the 11th because I don't think they're going to need 7 days to test. Right? That's why I don't think it's going to be Friday. I don't think they need 7 days to test it. I think they're more ready than that. I don't think it's going to be Wednesday because I don't even think they need 5 days to test it. They might. Wednesday makes sense. I can see that they would want to do thorough testing, but I think they're already doing thorough testing. I think they're doing thorough testing today and tomorrow and Sunday. And 3 days of testing sounds good to me, right? 3 days of thorough testing, all day, or lots today, lots tomorrow, lots Sunday, and even maybe partly Monday. And if they're going to release in the evening, their normal release hours of the day on Monday, that puts it around 7 p.m. Let's see. Freak says, almost time for my noob self to take out Guy Kid in the tourney. Ooh, nice. Freak, I lost the Guy Kid in the Baby Cup on my second game. So, yeah, my vote is going to be, take him out, take him out. And if you do end up taking him out, you can say, Rock sends his regards from the Baby Cup. Let's see. Robin Hood says, Rock, another thing to consider for advice, Serendale S. Jewel will not be accessible for a while, so don't put all your eggs. Yes, that is absolutely right. So that's a really good point, Robin Hood. It's already in the back of my head to do that, but I have not been talking about that much on the stream. So let's go ahead and make sure that I at least verbalize the fact that the funds or the jewel that you put into Crystal Veil Jeweler 2.0 are going to give you C-Jewel on Crystal Veil. And that's going to give you power-ups in Crystal Veil. If you want power-ups in Serendale relaunch on Clayton blockchain, you're going to need to put some amount of jewel into the jeweler on the new Serendale blockchain. So, the thing that you might want to consider is how much jewel do you want to put into Crystal Veil Jeweler and how much jewel do you want to put into the new Serendale Jeweler? Serendale relaunch on Clayton, right? So consider that. And you might not want to lock up a lot of your funds right now, as Robin Hood is saying and reminding us, because if you lock up a whole lot of your funds now on Crystal Veil, you might not be having a big party on new Serendale relaunch unless you're stuffing in a whole lot more fiat, which of course maybe we should allow, maybe we should promote that. Yeah, lock up all your funds here on Crystal Veil, and then you just have to add a whole bunch more new funds into Serendale on the Clayton blockchain. Yeah, that sounds good to me too. Freak says, I will avenge you. Well, I hope you have a good game either way, Freak, and I'm excited. I hope you win. Beat that Guy Kid up. Just pound away at him. That's fine. Let's see. Sergeant says contests will be running in Gen Chat through midnight. Tag 3 wolves. Any entries? Very cool. So Gen Chat for what, the DFK Discord, or Gen Chat for somebody else's Discord? Probably DFK's chain, the DFK Discord, but I just want to double check. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so that's what you're asking. Do we tag in DFK Discord? Yeah, I haven't submitted. Let's see. So crazy someone can stream for hours a day and have so much content to cover. DFK had so many moving pieces. Yeah, it's not necessarily me. I mean, there's a bunch of other streamers. Sergeant, you're streaming. Grady is streaming. Inner Grove is streaming. Now we've got the Mythic Squad streaming. All these people are streaming, day after day, because there's so much to talk about. And I think also I really like all the different people's perspectives on things, and also the weight that different people put into different topics. Some people think that some topics are more important than others, and that's always really interesting. The different perspectives, all that. I love just listen. I just cannot get enough DFK content. Absolutely right. All right, let's see here. I don't know how others can invest in multiple projects. I couldn't keep up. Yeah, Sergeant, that's one of the reasons that I'm not spending. In fact, it's probably the main reason that I'm not spending much time in Sandbox anymore, where I had spent, I was streaming 8 hours a day, 7 days a week in Sandbox, 8 to 12 hours a day, actually, in Sandbox when I was streaming, just because I couldn't, and I did not even look. I had one of my friends say, hey, you should take a look at this DeFi Kingdoms project. Hey, a month later, he'd come back, you should take a look at DeFi Kingdoms. And I was like, I'm busy. I don't want to look at anything else. And but then finally, when I did end up looking at DeFi Kingdoms, it just pulled me right in. And I realized that with the amount of time that I'm spending here in DFK, I don't really have time for other projects. But if Grady's still in the house, Grady, I know that if you're so sucked into DFK, you're probably not going to take time to look at other projects. But I will remind you, you're asking in chat. You seem to be very interested in hearing about other projects. I'm telling you, dude, Sandbox, they have got their stuff together. And I think the only reason you might not know about things like that is because we are so focused on DFK that we're not putting any time into looking at any of these other projects. So we don't even know what they're doing, right? But I'll guarantee you, Sandbox has their stuff together very well. They're very responsive and all that kind of stuff. So there are other projects out there that are doing as good, if not better, with things. Yeah. Let's see. Sergeant says correct contest on DFK Gen Chat. Okay, very good. I'm glad we got that confirmation rather than looking at somebody else's Discord right there. Let's see. Tell you what, guys, it is almost 5:30. We're going to do one more spin of the wheel here in a little bit. If y'all have not been chatting, go ahead and drop a hello into chat. We're not going to do a spin quite yet. We're going to give it another 5 minutes or so. But I would recommend getting a word in sometime soon. Mario Raven is here. Freak is here. Mystical Meows is in the house with this Worm, 369, Nobel, all the lurkers out there. Very good. Let's check out our vote while we're waiting for names to come in. So it looks like we're ending up with 4 votes for Monday, and I really do think that Monday sounds like a great time for them to release that. I think it gives them all day today, all day on Saturday, all day on Sunday, half day on Monday to do testing. And they only need to do some testing. So that sounds like a really good day. If they run into problems, I think it still gives them time to hash it out. I can absolutely understand people voting for Wednesday. I can understand people voting for Friday. I can understand people voting for today too. But I don't think they're going to need 7 days. I don't even think they're going to need 5 days. That's my own personal thought right there. I think the weekend will be enough. And I think we're going to get a surprise on Monday. Starbuck! Hello, Starbuck. Welcome on in. Let's see who else we got coming in. Bravos Lab coming in. Lucas is here in the house as well. Awesome. Very good. Glad to have y'all's names here in chat. So we're about to do, it's a lot of people here today right now. Awesome. Thanks for being here, guys. Let's go ahead and grab these names and do a spin of the wheel here. Worm says, I think announce Monday, actual Jewel on Friday. Worm. That could be, but why would you... from some things that you've said before, Worm, I think what you're getting at is you really think that there needs to be a time limit where they say, we're going to have a release, we're going to have C-Jewel released on the 11th of November, and that gives people time to do something. I think that's the feeling that I'm getting from you, is that you feel that there needs to be an exact date of the day of the release rather than them just saying it's coming soon, right? I understand that feeling, right? I don't necessarily think that they need to do that. Let me copy these names, and I can absolutely respect that that's your feeling, and I could even agree that would be a good way to do things. Mythic Squad DFK is in the house too. What the heck? Is that really true? Did I miss Mythic Squad coming in to chat a little while back? If so, I apologize. Normally I try to say hello to everybody who's come in. Let me just pop back over here for a minute. Mythic Squad DFK here chatted in the last 15 minutes. That's crazy. Well, welcome on in, Mythic Squad. All right. So yeah, Worm, it sounds like what you're saying is that is just something that would be like good business to do, right? Tell everybody, hey, it's here. I don't know if that's... So here's something that I would say, Worm, and that is, I can absolutely agree that could be something that they would do. But did they do that with Dark Summoning? In other words, we knew that Dark Summoning was coming up, but we were expecting a whole lot of us were expecting Dark Summoning would, quote, probably be out on Halloween. So they didn't give us, and it wasn't until the day of Halloween when we heard that they were going to be releasing Dark Summoning, or I shouldn't even say releasing Dark Summoning. Maybe they did say Dark Summoning specifically, but they said that they would be following their normal release schedule, right? So even on Halloween, there was a whole bunch of speculation on that kind of thing, that there would be a different day. And I guess you or anybody could say that why did we expect it on Halloween when all their release schedules are on Wednesdays, even though we know that they have done off-cycle releases in the past, maybe not too often. And I am so sure in the back of my mind that there was more than just a hint that they were going to be releasing Dark Summoning on Halloween. Maybe they didn't say it specifically, just in case there was, they had to backtrack on it. But I think that they were really trying to do that. Anyway, the point that I'm making there is that I think that they give us enough heads up that it's coming, that that we should already know and be planning. That's just my thought. I don't think that I need to hear from them a specific day that it was released, that's going to be released. Like November the 11th will be the day, or November the 7th will be the day. I think we all know that it's coming. They've been telling us for weeks to get ready. And I think that that's enough, at least for me. But maybe for some people, it's not quite enough to have that. And I can totally respect that too. All right, guys, let's do a wheel spin here. If anyone does not have their name on this list, then go ahead and speak up. Zelf says, I voted. Do I get a sticker? Let's see. TuneFed says, doing one dark summon soon just for a YOLO ticket, but I really don't think I'm going to burn many heroes. To be honest, I'm the same way, TuneFed. I burned 2 dark summons, or actually, I guess 3 or 4, depending on how you look at it. Burned 3 or 4 heroes already from dark summoning. And for me, it doesn't make sense. I'd rather have more heroes that are doing questing and getting income that way than to try to shoot for a, special upgraded hero. But that's not to say that that's for everybody. I think people like Mosh and Grady and Starbuck and all those people that spend so much time and energy researching that stuff, I think for them, dark summoning might be a lot more impactful and probable, and they would be able to analyze when it's going to be good. But I'm with you personally in that dark summoning is probably not something that I'm going to be do a whole lot. Let's see. Zelf says you voted. TuneFed Worm is here. Starbuck, that was me. Tried to switch my profile. Oh, okay. No worries there. Starbuck, we can take off that. I think events occurred. Korea caused the delay. Yeah, I do too. I think that the Korean stuff that happened probably caused them to push things back, and that's a little unfortunate. Maybe I shouldn't really say that. I mean, it's a tragedy, and we're all very sad about that. And taking a few days off to push that back, to have some time of mourning or solidarity with them, I think is perfectly fine. And we want to be human more than game players, right? We just want to be human. We want to feel for those families. Please remove Mythic Stride. We can do that. Let's see. It's a huge tokenomics release. Greater financial impact than dark summoning. That is absolutely true, right? It is. But at the same time, Worm, and I don't know if I want to keep going back and forth with that, but it might just be that we agree to disagree. I feel that they've already given enough that today, take your action today. Why do you need to wait until they make an announcement on Monday to take an action, right? Does 2 days of one action one way or the other really matter? In fact, I might even argue that if they wait until Monday to announce that it's going to be on Friday, that more people will plan to wait until the last minute, and you might have more problems because more people wait until the last minute, and then all of these people are trying to do it right there at the last moment. I could argue that could be even more problematic, right? But I agree. It is a huge tokenomics release. It would be good for them to stay a little bit more. Starbucks says, I burned 6 heroes and got a Transcendent Archer from it. Well, in that particular case, I mean, that's really good. But Starbuck, I would ask, did you have to burn those heroes? In other words, were you using a hero that had where both of those heroes had, or even one of those had 0 summons left? Or did they still have 1 summons left at least, and you could have just done a normal summons on them, and you still could have had the chance to get your Transcendent? Because Transcendent itself, as far as I understand, you don't get any bonuses for the gene pool advances, right? It's just advances in the rarity and advances in or higher shininess, higher chances at rarities, and so on, but not to the gene pool. Am I correct in that? Starbucks says I may be biased. Well, certainly if you're getting transcendence out of that, but I would argue that you are so above the, so far advanced in the game that as long as you've got, a single summons left on each of those, you could have gotten a transcendent that same way, right? Sergeant says, I'm a poor schmuck. I hate the idea of burning heroes. I've already dark summoned once. Yeah, I'm with you, Sergeant. It's just not for me at this time. I do feel that there is a place for dark summoning, and I'm super happy that we have it. Bravo says, Rock, what should I do? I would say, what should you do? Lock, I would say research. I'm thinking of how I want to answer this. So for those of you that don't know, Bravos Labs has been a viewer of mine for a year now, and sometimes we have fun with each other, and so in a way I'm kind of thinking of a good comeback for him. That might seem a little harsh, but I can't think of something fast enough, Bravos Labs, and I didn't want to say anything too harsh to you right now with a bunch of new people here in chat that don't know that we have fun with each other every now and then. I was going to say something like, give it all to me, or invest it all for 3 years, or something like that. Put it in the siege oil for 3 years. But of course, don't do either of those things for real. Starbucks says, one hero had 1 summons left, the other had 0. So in that particular case, of course, Dark Summon would be the only way to go, right? If one of your heroes has 0 summons, then you gotta do the Dark Summons there. All right, let me go ahead and highlight all these names again. And let's see who is here for the wheel to spin. Let's plug in those names. We're going to get rid of the Mythic Squad. We're going to sort these names, and we're going to get rid of duplicates. So duplicate there, duplicate there, duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. Don't need that one. Robin Hood is here. Mario Raven, we're going to remove the duplicate. Sergeant, Starbuck, Toonfed, Umar, Umfreak, Worm, and Zelf. Okay, so let's sort this again. So the names on my list are Bravos Lab, Darrow Evil, Nobel, Lucas, Mystical Meows, Robin Hood, Romario Raven, Sardo Fritz, Sergeant Filthy McNasty, Starbuck, Toonfed, Umar L, Umfreak, Worm 369, and Zelf. Anybody that I'm missing, I think I've got everybody's name. Y'all are only in there once. Let's go ahead and make these pieces of the pie a little bit smaller. Good luck, everybody. Let's copy that and paste, paste, paste. All right, here we go. The last spin of the day. Remember, we have 3 more spins tomorrow, and then we're going to give away either a Gen0 Summons or a hatched pet egg or something like that. That happens tomorrow on tomorrow's stream about this same time tomorrow. Let's go ahead and spin this wheel. Good luck to everybody. Drum roll, please. And the winner is... oh my goodness. Worm 369. Congratulations. Congratulations. Worm 369. Let's since this is the last stream, or this is the last roll of the day, let me pull this over here and look at the little chart. If y'all were interested in what my little winners bank is holding right now, this is it. So some of y'all have some things. Worm, you've had 7 tickets so far. You've now have 8. Congratulations. Boy, you are racking up the wins here over this last week. So these are what people have won over the last week of tickets. And again, if you want your tickets in your wallet right now, we are talking about these Rock 808 Play to Earn Reward Ticket NFTs. If you want it in your wallet, then just go ahead and put wallet into the chat room right now, and I'll be happy to transfer these over to your Polygon wallet. They're on Polygon blockchain. However, keep in mind that as long as they're here in the little bank, you could, tomorrow, Worm could come in and say, I want to redeem my tickets for chances to win the Gen 1 or the hatched pet egg. Mystical Meows, Nobel, all these people with these multiple tickets can come in. You at least have to have 2 tickets for 1 chance to win. 4 tickets will get you 2 chances to win. 8 tickets will get you 4 chances to win if you wanted to do that. So the more tickets you have, remember, even some of you with low number of tickets, every hour we do a spin on the half-hour mark, as long as you're here on the half-hour marks, and we're going to do 6 spins of the wheel. So if you win all 6 times, that could get you 6 more tickets. All right? Just keep that in mind. And then, of course, these tickets or these wins will get you into the raffle for the Gen0 Summons, the pets that we're going to hatch, all this kind of stuff. We've got oops, not on this account. On the other account, we've got a blue egg and a gray egg. And whoever the winner is of the raffle, you will get to pick what it is that you want. Do you want the Gen0 Summons? Do you want the blue egg or the gray egg? Oh no, I take that back. Let me not say that. I think what we've decided to do, instead of you picking, we might do that sometime in the future, but I think what I had said before is we're going to do a wheel spin. We're going to spin the wheel to see what the prize is first. All right. So we've got gray eggs, blue eggs, pets. We've got a Gen 1 we've got a Gen 1 to give away from a Gen0 Summons with a Berserker and a Seer. I've got a Gen0 Berserker Seer. That'll be for tomorrow. Yeah. Let's see. Starbucks says, oh, just made it to spin today. My fiat gig keeps me busy. Yeah, absolutely. So Starbucks, tomorrow we're going to do 3 more spins. 9:30, 10:30, 11:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time. And then 3:30, 4:30, and 5:30 are the hours for the spins tomorrow. Right. So weekends, and that includes Sunday also. So if you can make it here on Sunday, then you could be here for Sunday's spins as well. But Sunday's spins will go to next Saturday's raffle, right? All right, guys, what do we got? We got 5:40 on the clock right now. That means we got 20 more minutes of this stream right now. I was going over the AMA stuff. We talked about the AMA Gen0 Clarity giveaways earlier. We talked about that earlier on stream. Do we need to talk about that anymore at the end of the stream today? Gen0 Clarity giveaways. Also, in the AMA, they talked about the Sea Jeweler and Jeweler 2.0 and the fact that we're going to have higher burn rates. Now, 5% burned and 15% fee sharing for Sea Jewel S Jewel. That's huge gains for this. Sea Jewel is going to be released off cycle, so we know it's going to come sometime in the next few days. It's not going to be on the 16th of November in the normal 2 weeks from now. They're adding more utility. I have more notes also of things that they talked about in the AMA. If y'all want to discuss even different things like some Gen Zeros have been given away as ranked rewards in the DFK duels. But it sounds like actually they might not be giving away too many Gen Zeros for duels. There was a little bit of a pullback. Did y'all notice that? Frisky Fox said, in fact, let me copy and paste this into this little chat. DFK duels and Gen Zeros chances. Frisky Fox today in the AMA voiceless chat said, this is an option we've discussed before. It could be season-long special raffle or maybe a couple of months-long raffle when talking about the opportunities to win Gen Zeros from the duels raffles. Because I was very curious about that. We know from a past AMA, or I'm sorry, maybe it wasn't even an AMA, a Medium post. Maybe the Medium post was Sandwich Punch's a transcript of an AMA. In fact, that's what I think it was. When they mentioned there was 4 ways to possibly win a Gen Zero. They mentioned holding Sea Jewel, they mentioned summoning, then they mentioned duels and duels raffles. And they said those were the 4 ways that you could get a Gen0. Now it sounds like they're pulling back from the duels and the raffles a little bit. Is that what y'all caught on as well? Let's see. Also, some other things about the AMA that I'll just briefly discuss here. Y'all, if y'all have not seen the AMA, you definitely want to see it. One thing that was mentioned is Wisdom Gaming and the collab. They're really very excited about the collaboration with Wisdom Gaming and the PvP and PvE, by the way. They mentioned PvP and PvE from Wisdom Gaming. So I think that there will be an expansion from Wisdom Gaming besides just PvP. I don't know if it's going to come right away, like on day one, but it sounds to me like they're also in longer term agreements and commitments to do a bunch of other things with DeFi Kingdoms rather than just a single PvP game. There's going to be more to it, right? Let's see. We heard Bullen specifically say, quote, the list of features being worked on is quite lengthy. So there's this huge amount of things. And then also there was something mentioned about the fact that now that we have parity, it's now time to add more of the fun features that we're going to be adding. So very soon we're going to see a lot more new fun features. It was also mentioned that they're going to be doing more airdrops. You know, I've been holding X Jewel and X Crystal for a long time in expectation, because months ago, like when I first started DeFi Kingdoms, I was told you really want to hold some X Jewel. This was before we even had Crystal and Crystal Veil. I was told you really want to hold some X Jewel in the bank because they do airdrops and they do special give outs and events for holding X Jewel. And I will tell you that in the first month that I was here with DFK, there was 1 or 2 things that some raffles or some rewards that were given for X Jewel holders, but we haven't seen that in like 6 months. And so I've been feeling a little bit burned that I've been holding on to X Crystal and X Jewel for months and months and months, expecting some cool rewards every now and then, but haven't gotten a thing with that. But now it sounds like, again, part of the reason for that probably is the fact that, they've had to work on a bunch of stuff with parity from the Harmony blockchain not being what they really need anymore, and trying to get the new Clayton blockchain up. And so they've just been really busy. And so they haven't had a chance to do a bunch of the quote fun things. But it was mentioned today in today's AMA, more airdrops are coming soon. And in fact, I think the quote is weekly airdrops, right? So that's going to be really fun. We want to make sure that we're holding some Jewel in C-Jewel in the Jeweler 2.0 for those weekly airdrops now. They also are saying they want to get more people participating in this launch and winning things. So I think that's really good as well. It also has a lot to say for smaller wallets and more people that have smaller wallets winning some things as well. So that's really good to hear also. Let's see. What are some other things that I want to mention? Oh yeah, they did also mention that they are considering the possibility still of using locked balances for dark summons as well. That was mentioned a long time ago, and some people were asking about it. Hey, you'd mentioned at one time locked balances could be used for dark summoning at I think 4 or 5 times the normal rate, and it was confirmed again today that that's still on the drawing board, but they don't have a time frame for it. And somebody jumped in and said it's probably not until after the quote splitting, when we're going to be splitting locked balances into the locked Clayton and the locked Crystal and all that kind of stuff, which means probably at least a month out or so. Let's see, catch up in chat what y'all are talking about here. Will you be giving away tickets for YouTube comments? Yes, Worm, thank you for reminding me. Guys, Also, make sure that sometime soon, let's see, where's All Things DFK? If y'all aren't hooked up with All Things DFK, I think everyone knows about that by now, but I'm going to drop a link in here. All of our great content providers are getting set up through All Things DFK. Robinhood is helping get this set up in here. And to be a part of this, if you are a content provider, like I know that Zabu is starting to put out some videos now. If you've not seen Zabu's videos, I know that there's a couple of other people that are just starting to get their videos out. Then if you want to be a member of this, you just have to follow a couple of little things. Make sure that you've got a DeFi Kingdoms playlist with at least 10 videos and that you're promoting DFK, and that'll get you there. But what I want to do now is come here to my channel and look at my live video. So if you come to my channel and go under live, I'm going to be giving out 2 additional tickets to a random commenter on videos. We're going to look back maybe at the last 5 or 6 videos maybe. It's okay, and it's okay to go back to 7 days worth of videos. So y'all know I stream every single day, right, for a couple of hours on YouTube and a couple of hours also on Twitch. You only need to worry about the videos on YouTube, but if you come back to the last few days, leave a comment, I would say, on every one of these videos. So look at this video right here. It's got supposedly 1 comment, but I don't even see the comment. This is from, I think, yesterday, 2 days ago. And so what's going to happen tomorrow during the giveaways, or sometime during the day, we're going to spin a wheel, and that wheel is going to have a number. It's going to have a number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up through 7, 6 or 7, or 5 or 6, I should say. And depending on whatever number the wheel pulls up, if the wheel pulls up 3, then we're going to go back 3 days worth. 1 video, 2 videos, 3. We're going to pull up this video. We're going to look at who commented on this video, and every person that commented on this video is going to get dropped into another wheel spin, and they're going to have a chance at another 2 tickets. I know that Grady loves to put multiple comments in. I really appreciate that about him. The more engagement that YouTube sees with videos, the more likely it is that they're going to do this. So if Grady wants to do something like that, it's fine. But I also want to tell y'all, you do not have to put multiple comments on those videos to do this. So if we did pull this video as an example day, I would collect all these names: Worm, Crypto Grady, Zabu, Zelf. Each name would just have 1 additional chance, and I would spin the wheel again with Worm, Crypto Grady, Zabu, and Zelf, and one of those people would win an additional 2 tickets for Saturday. So if you want to get a few more chances to win, and you haven't yet, yeah, just come back to the last few days of videos, put a comment in there, and that would be good. And if you, of course, if you haven't liked the video, then go ahead and do that too. But that's a very good point, Worm. That'll help everybody. Even those people that only have 1 ticket, it's possible that you could get more tickets just by putting a comment on some of those videos and then getting your name pulled from that. So very good. Zero Evil says, I guess in the last AMA mentioned, there would be another summoning event in Serendale 2.0 that would qualify for Gen0 raffles. Yes. So that's something else that we want to take a quick look at if you want to here for the Gen0 giveaway clarity part. 500 Gen0s are going to be given out altogether in 250 each of those 2 different basic classes, right? Some of that is going to come from summoning and dark summoning in Crystal Vale. And they had allotted 100 or 50 each, but now they're allotting 75 Gen0s for normal summoning and 75 Gen0s for dark summoning. And it is possible for you to win in both the summoning and the dark summoning. So if you want your best chances at a Gen0, you should be doing some summoning and some dark summoning. Again, I've done 2 dark summons, and I think that's all I'm going to do. That gets me 2 raffle tickets in there, and I'm fine with that. I'm not going to risk, or not risk, I'm not going to pay any more heroes than that. for the chance at a raffle ticket, especially when I know that people like Starbuck and Crypto Grady and all those people are probably dark summoning out the butt, right? Oh my goodness. They're probably doing so many dark summons that it would take me 100 dark summons to have much of a chance to win. So I'm happy with 2 raffle tickets there. But if some of y'all want to do more dark summons, more power to you. We already have, how many heroes burned? 8,350 heroes burned from dark summoning so far. That's crazy. So 150 heroes are going to go to Crystal Veil summoning both normal and dark summonings. That leaves 100 Gen Zeros for Sea Jewel holders and stuff going on with Sea Jewel. And this plus this 150 plus 100 is 250, or half of all of the Gen Zeros are from these 2 things in Crystal Veil. The Sea Jewel holders and the summoning dark summoning. Half of them are going out to those people, leaving 250 for, quote, other things, right? The quote is more to come on the remaining 250 Gen Zeros after Serendale relaunch. That's the exact quote, right? And so, to me, this does not specify exactly how much is given out for other things. We know that some Gen Zeros were already given out for duels in the Season 0 pre-launch of that, right? So there's going to be little amounts given out for some other things besides just summoning. So that is going to come out of this additional 250, right? So at Serendale relaunch on the Clayton blockchain, some number will go to summoning probably, and probably some number to dark summoning on Serendale, and we'll probably have some number of Gen Zeros given out for Serendale Jeweler 2.0 as well. We don't know the amounts for summoning and dark summoning in Serendale, and we don't know the amounts for Jeweler 2.0 on Serendale yet. But you gotta think that it's going to be a little bit smaller than the 150 and the 100 for this, because they're giving things out for duels. They might not be giving out all 250 right away. They haven't said. There's going to be a time frame. And you know, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that the team is still holding some Crystal Veil Gen Zeros that even all of those have not been given out yet, right? All the Crystal Veil Gen Zeros have not been given out either. And what I mean by that is, I think they're holding some back for other rewards in the future. And we just haven't, they just haven't done any of that stuff yet. Does anyone know if 500 Gen Zeros have been given out for Crystal Veil? In other words, have 250 Seers and 250 Berserkers Gen Zeros been given out? It would be easy enough to check. I just think someone in chat probably already knows the answer, so I don't need to go look at it. My guess is that all 250 of the Seers and the Berserker Gen Zeros have probably not been given out yet. Darrow Evil says, yeah, they're not all given out yet. I think they have some in Serendale Heroes as well. Yeah, that's true. It's going to be marketing. They want to keep some back to do something with later in the future. It's like, hey, here's a special prize for, such and such a person or whatever it is. So it's cool that they're holding some back. But what that means is that there will be a smaller amount given on Serendale relaunch than we're seeing in the Crystal Veil relaunch, or the Crystal Veil raffles and opportunities right now, right? Let's catch up in chat here. Let's see. How cool would it be to win an exact match of both the two new classes? That would be crazy, Starbuck. You would love that for sure. I know. But to get one new of the one item and one Gen0 from the other one, that would be amazing. Love how the team gives away these Gen0s. Grandote says, pretty dope. It is. It is very cool. You know, so many other projects might sell their NFTs and assets to try to raise funds for something, but for this team to just give these away, that's crazy. And especially in a bear market like this, when really we could use the money, I wouldn't say we, they, any project could use the money. Of course, we have heard the Grady interview with Frisky Fox where they say they've already got a year's worth of funds set aside, so they're not hurting for money right now. But still, what could they do, or how many more devs could they hire with an additional $50,000? If they had an additional $50,000, how much better could they make this game and faster? How much better and faster could they make DeFi Kingdoms if they had an additional $50,000 to pay a couple more developers, perhaps, right? Or one developer even. That could be pretty good if it's the right developer and they're paying some money. And so for them to not take that money, for them to not sell those Gen0s, but instead to give them out, you know, that does mean something. Bro says they got the funds from Clayton and stuff. Yeah, so when you say and stuff, one of the things that I remember from the Grady interview with Frisky Fox is Frisky pretty much said that they're running in the black right now. So they're not losing funds. The game itself is generating some income. Not a ton because we're in this bear market and all crypto is down right now. But it sounds to me like they are not losing money on a daily basis. So that is good. So they got something from Clayton, probably. But you also remember, was it Bullen? Somebody said that we didn't really care about the money so much. Money was not the highest thing on the priority list. In other words, I think even the quote was something like, there were blockchains that offered us more money, but we didn't go with the one that was offering the most money. So even though, yes, they did get some from Clayton, I don't necessarily think it was a huge amount. Certainly it did help, absolutely. But I think the biggest takeaway that I got was the fact that DFK is running in the black for them right now. And they've got a year's worth of funds set aside. They're not hurting for money. But still, an additional $50,000 if they were to sell some Gen0s, even a couple, would be a lot. They could do a lot more. The dev team spikes the gas from time to time to generate such revenues, I reckon. Do they? I don't necessarily know about that. I mean, I guess it would be possible for them to. I feel that the times that gas has been spiked is very likely fine-tune the tokenomics, which, and I wouldn't say spike, but sometimes they might move up the gas fees or something. But I'll tell you what, let's look at something else that's very telling. Look at this right here. Talk about the team giving things away. I think this is what I'm going to wrap up on. It's about time for me to end the stream, but this is something that I think I want to end the stream on right here. They made some changes to the in-game fees that were being awarded for Jewel and C-Jewel and all that kind of stuff. We had been burning 1% of the fees, and now they're going to burn 5%. They had been giving 10% of the fees to the fee sharing, and now they're giving 15% to the fee sharing. 50% is going to the development fund to pay the developers, 30% is going to the reward fund. But here's the big takeaway from this, and that is continually, even right now, they're increasing the amount of value that we get, not them, but that we get as players in two different ways. They're increasing the fee sharing that we're holding in C-Jewel from 10 to 15%. That's a 50% increase that we're going to be getting from fee sharing. And it's a 500% increase from 1 to 5 is a 500% increase in the amount of Jewel burned, which is going to help Jewel become even more deflationary and more valuable more quickly, which helps us that hold Jewel even more. So I would say the takeaway here is that they're doing all kinds of things to help us players out. And, you know, when you say devs team spike gas from time to time to help with that, I don't think that's the reason that gas spike. It's much more likely that gas is spiking because of supply and demand. They realize that, or maybe to combat spammers on the blockchain, anything like that, right? I don't necessarily think it's because they're trying to get more money. If it was, then I don't think that they would be giving us 500% increase in burned and 50% increase in fee sharing. They would probably say, hey, we're the developers, we need a little bit more than 50%. That would be the way to do it if they really needed the money. And I think that no one, I shouldn't say no one, there's always going to be complainers, but I don't think that there's very many people that would complain about giving this hardworking dev team a little bit more money, right? I think that that's very, very generous that they're keeping only 50% of that for the team right here, right? And it would be so easy to say, you know what, guys, tokenomics, there's some problems. We really want to hold our team together. We need to increase this from 50% to 55%. I think that that's what they would do if they really needed to. They don't need to spike gas, I don't think, for that kind of thing. Yeah, and Darrow Evil says it's because of the volume. Absolutely right. Grandote says, wasn't clear to me on the AMA today, is Dark Summoning going to come and go or always available? It's going to always be here. Grandote, what did you hear that made you think that it might come and go? So they've stated before that it's always going to be a thing. I didn't hear anything specific that made me even question otherwise, but I was trying to juggle 3 things at once, and there's always possibility that I missed a couple of things. Read Sandwich's write-up? Okay, I'll read that. I'm about to end the stream today. I'll read the write-up tonight, and then tomorrow we can have more talk about the AMA on tomorrow morning stream, or in the afternoon, or whenever you get here. Everything that I've heard about Dark Summoning is that it is here to stay. But something I did hear in the AMA today is that some people might not want to do Dark Summoning because it doesn't make sense for, like, to burn PJ heroes as an example, or to burn other heroes that are very rare in some kind of ways. And so there's been a lot of, I think there's, people might have been thinking that Dark Summoning was going to give us more better benefits than we're actually seeing, and it was clarified in this AMA with beyond a shadow of a doubt, thanks to Crypto Grady asking Hubert these questions directly and specifically, was what about, you know, crystals that we've been adding, and what about stones we've been adding? And it was very clearly pointed out beyond a shadow of a doubt that Dark Summoning was never intended to disbalance the game, just to add a little sink in there every now and then for something. And so Dark Summoning might not be something that a lot of people do, and maybe not done on a very regular basis, but it does provide a little bit new functionality. It does provide a little bit of a sink, and it gives some people like Starbuck, who summoned with that one of those heroes that Starbuck got that Transcendent from, had 0 summons left. So it gives somebody like Starbuck that one last opportunity to squeak in something and come out with a really good, in this case, Transcendent hero, right? But most of us probably aren't going to be doing Dark Summoning on regular basis, right? So that was my takeaway from it, and it will always be here. Yeah, TuneFed also says permanently planned permanent feature. Absolutely. I will read Sandwich's write-up on it just to verify. Just to clarify, he didn't say that. He just, maybe it is how it works. Yeah, I'll read the exact wording And then Grandote, if you want to like copy and paste a quote from that, then I can give you my 2 cents on how I interpret that. Otherwise, since you're not telling me where it's said in the entire AMA, I'll have to read through the whole thing, and you're gonna make me guess at what phrase or what sentence you're interpreting as being possibly temporary, which I can do, but I might not pick out the right sentence. Starbuck says, has anyone heard there might be tournaments specifically for dark summoning heroes similar to the PJ tournaments? Starbuck. Tournaments specifically for dark summoning. Oh man. I do remember hearing something about tournaments in general. I don't think that it was specifically about dark summoning, but I don't remember enough to be for certain. It's possible it could be. I don't want to say one or the other. But I will say your question. I will ask your question out loud one more time. Maybe someone else who's lurking right now and has not been paying attention. The question that Starbuck has is, has anyone heard that there might be tournaments specifically for dark summoning heroes similar to the PJ heroes? And Darrow Evil says, there was some speculation about it when the dark summoning badge was talked about. Ah, interesting. I don't remember hearing that specifically, but I do remember hearing some things about various new types of tournaments, and it wouldn't surprise me if they're contemplating something like that. Yeah, and I just don't, yeah. So maybe one of us will run across that at some time in the future. All right, guys, it is 6, let's see, Darrow Evil says, it was there in general chat DFK Discord. Oh, interesting. So it was in it's hard to scroll back and find that stuff in general chat DFK Discord. But we could do it. We could do a search function in there sometime later. All right, guys, it is 6:10 p.m. right now. I am ready to grab some dinner for myself. Y'all have been fantastic. Thanks for hanging out with me today and talking about all this stuff. I cannot wait to hear what a few other people say about the AMA today. Remember, guys, there is a Chaos Cast tonight in about 2 hours, a little less than 2 hours. Make sure that y'all are catching that. A DGen secret part of me really wants them to come out and drop Sejual tonight during that Chaos Cast. It is possible. There's a tiny percent chance. I think we say mosh odds, right? So when people are trying to match up some heroes, I think we're trying to come up with a new word that says when you've got like a 0.02% chance at something, we've been calling it mosh odds after mosh. And I might say there's mosh odds for them releasing Sejual tonight during the Chaos Cast. If y'all wanted to degen in on that, pay attention. That might be the first opportunity, if they do drop it then, that we'll all want to jump into Sejual tonight rather than going to bed early. Yep, exactly. Starbucks says Moss odds because he goes for those odds of hitting a 0.02 odds for the elites and stuff like that. Anyway, guys, have fun. I will see y'all on tomorrow's streams, tomorrow morning on Twitch, tomorrow afternoon on YouTube. And remember, we're doing a bunch of giveaways, or a giveaway tomorrow. Gen 1, newly summoned hero, pet egg, some other stuff. We're going to spin a wheel and find out. Until then, guys, have a good time. Check out the Chaos Cast tonight in 2 hours, and I will see y'all later. Rock out.